Counselor Baker,
Here.
Counselor Bach,
Present.
Counselor Braden,
Present.
Counselor Campbell,
Here.
Counselor Edwards,
Present.
Counselor Sabi George,
Present.
Counselor Flaherty,
Here.
Counselor Flynn,
Here.
Counselor Janey,
Present.
Counselor Mejia,
Present.
Counselor O'Malley,
Here.
and Counselor Wu.
Present.
Madam President, we have all members in attendance.
Thank you so much. I've been informed by our clerk that a quorum is present. We will now move on to the invocation, and I'm going to invite Councilor Flaherty up, who will introduce our clergy. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I am honored, humbled, and proud to introduce His Eminence, Cardinal Sean Patrick O'Malley, the Archbishop of Catholic Archdiocese of Boston. Cardinal O'Malley was raised in Pennsylvania before joining a seminary school at the age of 12. He officially joined the priesthood at age 21 and has served a long and distinguished career in the church. Between other posts, Cardinal O'Malley has served 10 years as Bishop of Fall River. He's also been the Archbishop of Boston since 2003 and has been our Cardinal since 2006. Notably, in 2006, he became the first Cardinal to blog and has always prioritized finding new ways to engage Catholics in Boston and those who may be considering joining the faith. His move online helped him engage with young people who may have strayed from the church. So rest assured, he had no problems joining our Zoom today. As leader of the Catholic Church in Eastern Mass, he's responsible for leading countless humanitarian efforts, both locally and around the world. And locally, the Cardinal has been a leader and a partner on so many issues here in Boston, such as affordable housing and homelessness, food insecurity, substance abuse and addiction issues. There is no issue too big or too small for the Cardinal to try to roll up his sleeves and join us in efforts to solve. So I'm honored to have him lead us in today's final council meeting of the year, a time of holiness. It's a holy season for us, and at a time when obviously the vaccine has arrived and is being distributed, and our hope is that we can move beyond the pandemic. But he is an example of compassion in deliberate and informed decision makers. And as we yield our power on this body to move our city forward, we look to him today for guidance and inspiration. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Cardinal Sean O'Malley to the Boston City Council and to those in attendance. And thanks for coming.
Thank you very much, Michael. We gather today to invoke God's blessing and guidance on all those involved in our city's governance. As councilors, every day you grapple with moral, ethical, and legal problems that impact the quality of life of the whole community. You hold a significant responsibility to advance a more just society where justice and mercy, truth, and the dignity of the human person are always paramount. This time of year, Christmas, the Gospels speak to us about the Holy Family, who are homeless in Bethlehem and refugees in the flight into Egypt. Throughout history, people have moved across states, nations, and regions, but today they move in unprecedented numbers, often seeking to escape conflict and chaos in their home countries, and also seeking to fulfill their dreams. We're all aware of that reality in neighborhoods throughout our own city. The immigrants and refugees we serve come from a wider range of countries than our 19th and 20th century experience. But the challenges facing these coming today are not much different from those in the past. Immigrants are not simply statistics, they are persons, each created in the image of God and each possessed with the dignity and basic human rights. At this time, we need to voice the voices of intelligence, wisdom, and courage. We need our cities, professions, universities, and churches to join in the merciful and compassionate response to that question, who is my neighbor? Thank all of you for your dedication and commitment to this important work on behalf of the people you serve. And now let us pray a prayer composed by Pope Francis. Lord, Father of our human family, you created all human beings equal in dignity. Pour forth into our hearts a fraternal spirit and inspire us to dream of a renewed encounter, dialogue, justice, and peace. Move us to create healthier societies and a more dignified world, a world without hunger, poverty, violence, and war. May our hearts be open to all the peoples and nations of the earth. May we recognize the goodness and beauty that you have sown in each of us, and thus forge bonds of human unity, common projects, and shared dreams. Amen. A very Merry Christmas and many blessings in the New Year's to all of you and your loved ones. Thank you for inviting me to be here with you today. God bless
Thank
you.
you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Cardinal. We invite you
All
to
the
pledge
blessings.
allegiance with us as we pledge allegiance to the flag.
By all means.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to
Allegiance
the
to the
flag
flag of
of the United States of America and to the
and the
republic
republic for which it
which
stands,
stands one
one
nation
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For all.
Merry Christmas, Cardinal.
Merry
Thank you.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
All the blessings of the season.
God bless you. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you
Goodbye.
so much. We'll now move on in our agenda to the first order of business, which is approval of our minutes. Seeing and hearing no discussion, the chair moves to approve the minutes from the last meeting as presented. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
I will. Approval of the minutes. I am going offline here. Okay. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, the minutes have been approved with a unanimous vote.
Excellent. Thank you. The minutes have been approved, so let's move on to reports of public officers and others, starting with the first three dockets. If we could read those together, it's dockets
Certainly.
1155, 1156, and 1157.
Thank you. Docket 1155, communication was received from the city clerk regarding the 2020-2021 University Accountability Statistical Report. Docket 1156, notice is received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 regarding action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council in its meeting of November 18, 2020. And docket number 1157, notice received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 regarding actions taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of December 2nd, 2020.
Thank you so much. Dockets 1155, 1156, and 1157 will be placed on file. We'll now move on to reports of committees, starting with docket 9045. But before we go on, I'm gonna turn it over to Councilor O'Malley because I'm actually on this docket. This is docket 0945.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
And-
Madam Clerk, would you read docket 0945 and place it before the body?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Docket 0945, the Committee on Government Operations, to which is referred on August 19, 2020, docket number 0945, an ordinance amending Chapter 12-9 of the City of Boston Code, ordinances regarding human rights, submits a report recommending the ordinance ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The chair now calls on the chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Councilor Lydia Edwards. You have the floor.
Thank you very much to my colleagues. I'm very excited to present to you for your hopeful approval this docket that will ultimately ban credit background checks of people's credit score when it comes to their employment. I thought it was a wonderful proposal, and after copious discussion with the administration, with advocates, and also providing an opportunity for employers to also push back with any concerns that they have or to carve out additional exceptions, we believe we've come to and landed in the perfect sweet spot where we're allowing people to have a second shot, be judged on their merits, but also allowing for employers, if they present a reason as to why a credit score should be and would impact their in business in some way, shape, or form, they can opt out for an exception to this and explain why this should not apply to them. Just a quick background on the discussion of what we had and how much work we put into this. Again, this matter was presented before the body. We had a hearing on this, and then we had a working session, actually, I believe 2 working sessions specifically on it. And under this proposal, we would ban the credit check when it comes to employment. One of the discussion matters that we did have is whether it could also apply to housing. We ultimately decided that we would stay the course and keep only with employment at this time. But the city, to its credit, noted that they already practiced this within their own hiring practices. And I want to thank Vivian Leonard for attending, and also Evandro Cavallo. But I also wanted to note that the city further indicated that they heard us when we said we want housing to also be accessible, and that credit checks, in as much as when it comes to city lotteries, especially, should not be a hindrance. We're going to work on that next year. But I did want people to know that did come up, and it was important for a lot of us. We discussed the number of employees that use credit checks and found that while it may not be a huge number, but it is many cases, folks, it's beyond the scope of the actual employers that would actually need it. For example, those in the financial industry or those dealing specifically with banking. What we did also discuss, and which was very exciting, was how we could continue to move, how we're going to help a lot of people have a second chance. Nadine Cohen from Greater Boston Legal Services came forward and also provided some background information on the use of credit history for employment purposes. She explained that 1 in 4 residents has debt collection, which oftentimes lower their credit scores significantly. And in this housing crisis, many of us are finding that they're using their money for their cell phone bill, for their other bills to pay for their rent, which results in lower credit, which then, if they're trying to get a job, they'll find that because of their credit score, they suddenly can't get employed. We just want to remove that cycle. So again, we had a working session, we had a hearing, and the amendments essentially were just to clarify some language and to make sure that we were very clear that the remedies that are sought are legal, and that also that the Human Rights Commissioner may also seek a cease and desist order preventing any employer found in violation from using credit history again. This is consistent, honestly, with the state law. This is consistent with state law discriminatory laws. It's consistent with the Federal Trade Commission and the Fair Credit Reporting Act definitions. It is consistent with the jurisdiction, and is that it applies just like state law to employers with at least 6 employees or more. And it does have carve-out provisions for certain industries and employers. Further, while there was discussion about whether this could apply fines specifically, whether the Human Rights Commission could apply certain fines, I wanted to note that this body has approved, and in many other cases as a city, we apply fines for the Boston Residence Jobs Policy, for the Municipal Lobbying Compliance Policy, for short-term rental ordinances, Housing Stability and Notification Act, and I believe also with the proposed a pilot program with Suffolk Law School there with monitoring housing discrimination, there was going to be a fine and enforcement as well. So this is consistent with what we've done before, and it is within the confines of our ability to fine no more than $300 a day. So again, I am offering this to the body for your hopeful approval of the committee report and that this measure ought to pass. To Mr. Vice President, it might make sense for the lead sponsors to also have an opportunity to speak. I leave that to your discretion.
Of course. Thank you, Councillor Edwards. The chair now recognizes the District 4 Councillor from Mattapan. Councillor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Councilor O'Malley. Thank you, Councilor Edwards, for your leadership. And of course, thank you to my co-sponsor, Councilor Janey, for the partnership. I appreciate all that you did to get us to this point. I also, of course, want to thank all of my council colleagues for participating in the discussions that also got us to this point. And a special shout out to the Greater Boston Legal Services who have been championing this issue since the very beginning and assisted in writing a strong ordinance. And another special shout out to Christine O'Donnell, who, central staff is working incredibly hard. So appreciate your work with respect to this ordinance. We have said this before in numerous hearings and working sessions. There is no evidence that one's credit history is determinative of one's success as an employee. But credit history can be a significant barrier to someone obtaining a job, especially for our Black and Latinx residents. And by eliminating this barrier for most jobs, not all, this legislation makes access to employment opportunities more equitable and, of course, seeks to close the profound racial wealth gap that exists in the city of Boston and has only been exacerbated by the pandemic. Even before the pandemic, medical debt was the leading cause of credit card debt. And we know that this year, thousands of Bostonians have lost their jobs or had to leave work to take care of loved ones, have been burdened with emergency medical bills, have fallen behind on rent and mortgage payments, all things that hurt one's credit but should not hurt one's ability to get a job. Bostonians, of course, are looking for us to exercise bold leadership and to take action to ensure an equitable recovery from COVID-19 and to help them get back to work and to build their careers. This legislation does just that. Really proud again to work with Councilor Janey on this effort. Hope you'll join us in passing this ordinance today. Thank you again to all my council colleagues. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Councillor Campbell. The chair now recognizes the council president. Councillor Janey, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. I want to start off by thanking my sister in service and colleague, Councillor Campbell, for her partnership, but also for her leadership and her unwavering advocacy on this ordinance dating back to when she and then Councillor Presley, who is now a Congresswoman, worked on this back then. So I want to say thank you for your leadership. I also want to express my gratitude to the many advocates, particularly Greater Boston Legal Services, the National Consumer Law Center, Mass Law Reform Institute, and certainly all of Central staff. A special shout out to Christine O'Donnell. Thank you so much for your work. And I would be remiss if I didn't also shout out Michaela Parkin from my office, my policy director. Thank you so much, Michaela. As a counselor, particularly representing a district where many of these disparities in our city play out, my advocacy has always been rooted in racial and economic justice. And for me, this ordinance is no different. Using credit checks during the employment process unfairly penalizes individuals burdened with student loan debts, medical bills, or bad credit history. And this will lock these same individuals out from employment. And now more than ever, we need to help people get back to work and make sure that they can care for their families. This ordinance is necessary to ensure that we are leveling the playing field as we climb out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I'm glad that the city doesn't do this now, but we need to make sure that we codify it in law and that we lead as a city so that we're banning this across the city in terms of private employers as well. I'm really grateful for the advocacy, again, of the advocates as well as my colleagues on the council, hoping that we will, in this year, passing this incredibly important landmark legislation, as well as the other many dockets on our agenda today, and invite my colleagues to please vote in favor of this. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. Would any other counselors wish to speak on docket 0945? If so, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no further discussion, the chair of the Committee on Government Operations, as well as the lead sponsors, Councilors Campbell and Council President Janey, ask that this body now vote on docket 0945 and recommend that the ordinance ought to pass in a new draft. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey. Councilor Janey.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, a big resounding yes.
We thought that might be the case. Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Mr. Vice Chair, docket number 0945 passed unanimously in a new draft.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations. Madam President.
Thank you so much. Now we will move on to docket 1100. Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Docket 1100, the Committee on Government Operations, to which is referred on November 18, 2020, docket number 1100, ordinance amending Chapter 6 by adding a new section to ensure gender inclusivity on city forums, submits a report recommending the order ought to pass.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards, who is chair of the Committee on Government Operations. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It again is with my great excitement that we are pushing the ball forward, and I'm encouraging my colleagues to support this matter. Originally sponsored by Councilor Wu and Councilor Braden, and referred to this committee on November 18th, and we ultimately held a hearing on December 10th. We had during this hearing, we heard from the administrations, specifically Patrick, I'm forgetting his name right now. Oh, sorry, Patrick Pandell, the mayor's LGBTQ plus liaison. We also heard from individuals in the community, the executive director of Mass Equality, as well as the executive director from Mass Transgender Equality as well. If I'm missing up the name, my apologies. The organizations came forward, and along with the administration, as well as with the co-sponsors, to, I believe, a resounding result of positivity and excitement that we will ultimately change all city forms to acknowledge the different forms of gender identity. It was prompted by Ms. Dom's experience when they came to the city council to the city hall to get married. And they found that they were not recognized on their own marriage forms, and their wedding day was subsequently ruined. We also noted that this measure is consistent with our own Human Rights Commission laws, which actually prohibit gender identity discrimination. So this is bringing us into the light and consistent with our own laws, and making sure that we have gender-neutral options, which will increase the inclusivity and also acknowledgement that Bostonians, especially, come in all different forms, shapes, sizes, and gender identities. We had a child from the Boston Public Schools also testify, and they also noted that they felt unseen, and that while it's just a forms lead to discussions, they lead to policy changes. We also had wonderful commitment from the administration that there was going to be an aggressive effort to make sure that there was an accounting of all the city forms, including an ISD, as Councilor Asabi George brought up, concerns about making sure our building codes also, which tended to have male and female, also acknowledge the gender diversity, that we went a massive sweep of all of our forms, including our schools, which Councilor Mejia brought up, and making sure that we had an accounting of them and then a changing of them within 60 days of the passage of this ordinance. there is nothing but excitement for this. So again, I recommend that that our body adopt the committee report and also pass. Again, Madam President, there are the two lead sponsors who may have some additional points that I missed.
Wonderful. Councilor Wu, would you like to speak to this? Councilor Braden, Councilor Wu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to add a quick thanks to our committee chair for stewarding this through, to you, Madam President, as well, for making sure that we get this done this session, and of course to my co-sponsor, Councilor Braden, and all of the advocacy organizations and constituents who really lended the urgency to making this happen. So we know that legislation matters, words matter, and that legislation ultimately will help shift culture as well. So we're looking forward to the quick turnaround of having the full accounting, making sure we understand next steps, and that we're operationalizing what has long been a commitment by the City of Boston and the City Council to be welcoming, inclusive, and stand for equity and equality for all. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Wonderful. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the chair, Councillor Edwards, and also thank my co-sponsor, Councillor Wu, for her leadership on this this ordinance. It's really important that all of the residents, regardless of their gender identities, feel accommodated and respected in the City of Boston. And I think this ordinance will move that situation forward. And I really am excited and delighted to vote for this today. And I hope that in the coming weeks that a lot of these issues will be resolved, and that our LGBTQ plus residents will feel fully accepted and recognized and seen in our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, you both. This is really an important day in our city, and I'm glad we're moving this work forward. Councillor Edwards, who is chair of our Committee on Government Ops, along with these sponsors, seek acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 1100. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 1100. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket 1100 has passed unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I think that's worth at least a finger snap. Madam Clerk, we'll move on to docket 1094, please.
Certainly. Docket 1094, the Committee on Government Operations, to which is referred on November 18, 2020, docket number 1094, an ordinance establishing the Office of Police Accountability and Transparency, submits a report recommending the ordinance, very important difference, ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards, who is chair of our Committee on Government Operations. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. My first ask of this body, or of the President, Madam President, is to substitute the committee report.
Yes. Seeing and hearing no objections, I just want to make sure that this, though, gets before the body. And so I believe we have an email going out. Is that correct? Yes? Wonderful.
I believe so.
Excellent.
For my body, or for my colleagues' background, this committee report reflects the latest summary of the back and forth changes between Councillor Campbell and the administration, and we wanted to make sure everyone was very clear of those ultimate conversations, and that's why this committee report needs to be substituted, and also the new draft.
Okay, so people have this up in their emails. Madam Clerk? So hearing, seeing no objections, we're going to accept the new draft and you're going to talk us through that and everyone has it in their email.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask that my colleagues indulge me on a bit of I'm trying to be as comprehensive as possible. So this report will be somewhat lengthy, but it's for matters of transparency, Madam President, and to my colleagues. I wanted to be clear that the latest draft first of this committee report has some changes, and that was to make sure we were responsive to the administration's requests about and concerns about constitutionality, charter, and also state statutory concerns. First, this latest draft reiterates the mayor's power to appoint OPAT commissioners. Secondly, though the chair appointments will be annual and limited to 2 consecutive years, that is a change. The IOP, which is as one of the parts of the new OPAT structure, appointments will involve 2 seats from the city council and 3 from the mayor, which is a direct request from the administration. And number 3, the council will nominate 3 people per seat for the 2 IOP appointments, as the administration specifically asked for a pool of folks to be able to pull from. This is again in response to their concern. The other concern expressed, and where there is still difference, is on the interpretation, is the power to discipline officers, where the administration firmly believes that the statutory power of the state leaves that power exclusively within the hands of the police commissioner. We responded by writing the language that continues to leave that power, ultimate power, in the hands of the police commissioner. The difference is that if the commissioner does not agree with the recommendations from the Civilian Review Board, the commissioner will need to explain that publicly, why they deviated from them. But the ultimate person or entity that will discipline the officers will still be the police commissioner. I want to say, actually, this is a wonderful opportunity, and I encourage my colleagues to actually support what I think is a comprehensive, complicated, but timely reform of our police department. Let me be very clear, as we heard through the hearings and the working sessions, the time is now, and people have been asking for this for some time. This was an attempt from the Government Ops Committee to put an extensive amount of work acknowledging and combining the work of the administration's proposed structure, which is informed by the hardworking and we are very grateful to the task force in the entire form, and the idea of the OPAT, which is now a overall 3-part structure commission, where there will be 3 commissioners that govern one body of the Civilian Review Board that has its own little board, but will also have a commissioner represented on that, and the IOP, which is the Internal Affairs Review, which reviews how the police hold themselves accountable. Ultimately, after long conversations, and despite Councillor Campbell having already introduced a version, an ordinance actually, of the Civilian Review Board, the mayor having done an executive order for one and an executive order for the IOP. With all of those ideas, what I felt as a committee chair and what I heard from my colleagues is that this is a good sign that we all want change. So this is a good faith attempt to try and combine all of those interests into one statute, one ordinance, of which is amending the mayor's proposal, as in the mayor's proposal is the one that is, I guess, getting 90% of what he wanted or what the mayor administration wanted. And we are folding in Councillor Campbell's suggestions for the Civilian Review Board and other suggestions from my colleagues from the hearing. The suggestions predominantly coming from this body concerning the appointment powers, the jurisdiction of the OPAT, and also the ability for the OPAT and other entities to come back to this body to discuss any concerns or coming before the City Council. I wanted to give that summary, and I'll give just other things as well. I want to remind the colleagues too, this OPAT structure, which is complicated and very large, was just introduced to this body on November 18th. So less than a month ago. Because we were already having conversations specifically about the Civilian Review Board and had a full-on hearing about the ordinance proposed by Councillor Campbell, I thought it was most prudent, especially since the administration wanted it to be passed this year, that we combine the working session that we had for the Civilian Review Board with their proposed ordinance. So I want to be clear that I think demonstrates again this body's good faith effort to try and get something done because the administration wanted it done this year. The original Civilian Review Board was actually proposed by Councillors Campbell, Councillor Arroyo, and Councillor Mejia. It was referred to the committee on July 29th, and the public hearing was held on September 8th, and then a working session was held on December 1st, where we combined again the mayor's proposal with the ordinance proposed by our colleagues. This is to say, and I'm very excited, and in that working session, we had members of the task force explain and answer all questions that we had specifically about the structure. We also, during the hearing, actually had many people come forward, and this is in the September 8th hearing, to discuss what an effective Civilian Review Board looks like, what powers they need to have, how they need to or discipline officers, that they need subpoena power. It was, I thought, a very robust hearing. Specifically was one that really brought the community together. We also wanted to know how much it would cost in terms of funding. We were doing our jobs as fiscal stewards. We were doing what we could to make sure that what we were going to create made sense. At the working session, which came after that hearing, as you know, we had task force members, President of the NAACP, Tanisha Sullivan, Allison Cartwright, who is actually from the Roxbury Defender's Office, and Jamarl Crawford, who is a community activist, who came along with now former Chief of ONS, Jerome Smith, who passionately, to his complete credit, passionately described the structure that he was very excited about, the process that the task force went through as members of our community, as lawyers, as activists, as people of color in our community, and the excitement that they had. And I think that was heard by the body, and that is why we decided to come under the mayor's ordinance in as much as we were going to keep that structure. We also wanted a conclusion of a youth seat and additional trainings. We discussed the importance of a single ordinance, however, and that we would not move from that. The executive orders produced by the mayor, while in good faith, we felt true reform needed to be codified. And I think the mayor agreed with us. And that is why they came back to us with a codified version of their OPAT that included the Civilian Review Board and the IOP. Thank you for that. So this new draft, after much back and forth and an incredible amount of conversation, I want to summarize some of the differences in the draft that was proposed by the mayor with the draft that is the combination version that we have before us today. This again is going to be extensive, but again, Madam President, and to my colleagues, I think it's worth being transparent, even if it is taking some time. First of all, again, I want to thank my colleagues for all the work that they did and the lead sponsors as well. The new draft codifies the establishment of the Civilian Review Board and the Internal Affairs Oversight Panel, previously proposed by executive order. It's number one. The chair of the Civilian Review Board and the chair of the IOP, which is what I'm going to be calling the Internal Affairs Oversight Board or Panel, are to be appointed annually by the mayor with a limit of serving 2 consecutive years as chair. The OPAT commissioners, and this is speaking to the entire body, are no longer entitled to expenses beyond their stipend or salary as a member of the CRB or IOP. They initially were allowed a certain amount of freedom, I guess, in stipend or salary, which we limited to their stipend. At OPAT Commission community meetings, OPAT will specifically be required to report on certain activities under its jurisdiction. There's a specific requirement for a public comment period and the minutes from such meetings are now required to be posted online. The OPAC Commission is required to meet with members of the City Council and the mayor on a semi-annual basis, something we specifically asked for in the hearing, with minutes from each meeting to be posted again online. OPAT staff shall include interpretive services and specialists. Again, a concern by our colleagues reiterated several times is to make sure that all means all, to quote one of our colleagues, and to make sure that not only were they in more than one language, but that people had summaries of such as well, in order to make sure that we were being transparent. The Civilian Review Board's authority to review and make recommendations to revise the Boston Police Department policies and procedures is not limited only to those policies and procedures that may perpetuate racism or discrimination. The OPAT will review and analyze certain BPD statistics in addition to FIO data to identify trends and publish findings. Citizens must be able to file complaints at libraries and youth centers where feasible. That was actually a change I believe both parties wanted to make sure that both sides, if you will, the administration and the council wanted. Complainants must be notified if their complaint is designated for dismissal or as out of scope. Again, being transparent with what happens if you come to this government body. We should not just take your complaint and not be responsive. The OPAT investigatory power is not limited to ongoing civil proceedings. This was a concern in as much as we agreed that OPAT and in its investigation would stand down if there was an ongoing criminal investigation in the same matter. That made sense. If the DA or federal government or some other entity was investigating and moving in a criminal space on a particular officer or incident that the OPAT was investigating, it made sense to stand down. But the language originally had included criminal and civil, and we felt that we could have the same jurisdiction. While civil investigations going on, we could also be doing our civil investigation, or OPAT investigation. The CRB, the Civilian Review Board, must include a youth delegate. Both parties wanted that. The mayor must appoint 3 members to the Civilian Review Board from a pool of 9 nominees that the City Council submits. That allows us to be part of that process. There is a process and criteria for removal for the Civilian Review Board and IOP members, again, making sure we hold the members accountable. Complaints appropriate for review by the CRB and the IOP are expanded to include allegations of excessive use of force, unlawful arrest or stop, theft, abuse of authority, violations of police regarding the respectful treatment of people. The Civilian Review Board may initiate an investigation into a case where no complainant is able to initiate the complaint, but there must be a 2/3 vote. Complainants are entitled to provision of an interpreter. That makes sense. The CRB findings are to be voted in public and subject to a supermajority. The CRB may make disciplinary recommendations based on a matrix developed by the police commissioner. And should the police commissioner not use those recommendations, the police commissioner must report back to the CRB and explain why. Let me be very clear. That is one of the bones of contention between the draft that we have in the administration. The administration making the argument that the statutory authority is that the commissioner will discipline officers. This maintains that power for the commissioner to discipline officers. He is going to set a standard for that that's public and available. The CRB will apply that standard or the matrix as proposed. And if the commissioner decides to disagree with that, the commissioner must explain why. But the person or the entity disciplining the officers is the police commissioner. The mayor must appoint 2 members to the IOP from a pool of 6 applicants nominated by the City Council. IOP members must be Boston residents. The IOP will review cases referred by the police commissioner or the City Council. OPAT will publish disaggregated reports of complaints on a monthly basis. OPAT will publish Boston Police Department statistics on a monthly basis. The Civilian Review Board and the IOP members and OPAT staff will be subject to certain training requirements, and Boston Police Department officers and staff will be informed of OPAT's purpose and procedures upon passage of the ordinance. Other edits are technical and formatting changes and edits to various provisions for simple clarity. In its amended draft, the ordinance codifies a system of civilian oversight of policing for the city as follows. I can go through a little bit, and I ask that your indulgences of my colleagues, but I wanted to just make sure that we're very clear. Again, what we're voting on today. The ordinance establishes, again, OPAT. Within the OPAT, there is a Civilian Review Board and an IOP, or Internal Affairs Oversight Board. The Civilian Review Board will review civilian complaints against the Boston Police Department, and the IOP will review internal affairs cases. These entities will be composed of members appointed by the mayor based on nominations from the City Council and the community, and will receive extensive training upon appointment and annually thereafter. The OPAT Administrative Office will be under the charge of the Executive Director and will include staff to support the work of the CRB and IOP, as well as carry out various other designated review and reporting duties. The administration has made very clear they intend to put their money where their mouth is in the following budget if this were to pass. That was a concern for many of our colleagues. Together, the chair of the CRB, the chair of the IOP, and the OPAT Executive Director will be the OPAT Commission, which will oversee all of these entities at large, create rules and regulations for OPAT, have the authority to issue subpoenas, and hold community meetings regarding the work of OPAT. In addition to reviewing civilian complaints, the CRB will review and make recommendations regarding BPD policies and procedures, allegations of disparate treatment by Boston Police Department and human resource matters, instances where Black, Indigenous, people of color officers are disciplined or terminated, and alternatives to the civil service examination process. In short, simply beyond people filing complaints, the Civilian Review Board is about consistent and constant suggestions and bettering of the police department. In addition to reviewing internal affairs cases, the IOP will also review policies and procedures relevant to the integrity of the complaint and internal affairs process. So there's now an oversight for how the police investigate their own. In addition to supporting the duties of the Civilian Review Board and IOP, OPAT staff will also review and analyze FIO data, that's field investigation data, and Boston Police Department statistics to identify trends, track and report on progress of the BPD reform goals, coordinate with BPD staff to review and provide recommendations related to the selection and implementation of grants, publish publications and results of investigations, and maintain a publicly available website to publish OPAT data, updates, findings, and reports. I think I'm probably most excited about how that is going to be forever and consistently available to the public. OPAT will release semi-annual reports to the public and deliver an annual report to the mayor and police commissioner to be filed with the city council, and will publish disaggregated complaint data and BPT statistics on a monthly basis. A legislation recommended by the committee for passage is the result of a collaboration between the administration, the council, to reconcile two complicated but wonderfully focused dockets that are grounded in the structural change that many of our constituents are calling for, to address the important issue of reform. It respects and reflects the intensive work done by the task force. Again, thank you so much to their leadership, their perspective, and their hard work, as well the years of thought and equity and fight by many advocates in the community. It incorporates recommended best practices for civilian oversight. It is consistent with the charter. It is consistent with our state laws. This legislation will establish a system of true oversight and accountability in policing that is also transparent and accessible by the people of Boston. It protects city residents and city police officers to ensure that policing in Boston is done in the spirit of public safety and public interest. The chair, I should say, of the Committee on Government Operations, to which the following was referred, establishing OPOT, submits this substituted report that this docket ought to pass in an amended draft. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And let me just say, let me commend you for your work. I want to just lift up one of the sentences in the last paragraph of your very thorough, clear report, and that is that this respects and reflects the intensive work done by the task force. I would add the administration, I would add the council, and clearly the advocates. This, I'm sure, was no easy task to reconcile all of that, but certainly appreciate your work and the committee's work. I want to, before we go on, I know this was a lot of information to take on, I want to give opportunity for, and I know this is a reconciliation, but there was an original docket. If anyone wanted to speak to that before I open it up generally to my colleagues. So Councillor Campbell, I'm looking at you if you wanted to speak to this. Councillor Arroyo.
Absolutely.
Anyone who wants to speak will have the opportunity to
Thanks,
speak, but I
Lupina.
did want to start with you guys.
Yes, Aiden and I would like to speak. And then I know that Councillor Arroyo and Councillor Mejia definitely want to speak as co-sponsors. So first of all, I'm excited for and proud of this legislation. This ordinance would, for the first time in the city, establish an empowered office and board structure to provide consistent, effective civilian oversight over our police department. My priority has always been passing the strongest possible legislation to create a civilian review board, and the ordinance before us does exactly that. This ordinance truly merges the council's civilian review board ordinance with the mayor's proposal. I am deeply grateful to Councilors Arroyo and Mejia for the partnership and for their work on this particular legislation. I'm also grateful to their team members. I'm absolutely grateful to my own Chief of Staff, Ellie, who put in a lot of work and time on this. So thank you. I am grateful, of course, to Councilor Edwards as Chair of Government Operations, Michelle Goldberg and Christina O'Donnell from Central Staff, who also put in a lot of work on behalf of all of us in this endeavor. I'm also grateful, of course, to the mayor, his administration, and the members of the Police Reform Task Force for their tremendous effort in getting us to this point. This was truly collaboration at its best. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of conversation, but in the end, we have a proposal that is extremely strong and we should all be proud of. I'm also, of course, grateful for the leadership of previous co-op panelists who pushed for years for reforms, as well as the advocates, former counselors, including my predecessor, Councilor Yancey, residents like Jamal Crawford, who did not let us off the hook, and who demonstrate that those who are closest to the problem also have the most effective solutions. Passing this ordinance would be a win for the city, a major step towards eliminating racial disparities in policing while creating greater transparency, accountability, and justice in our system. I have always said, this is not about individual officers. This is about transforming a system that from its inception has been biased and disproportionately harmed Black and brown people in this country. The murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many others are examples of the most devastating reasons we need accountability in policing. But many residents who for generations have had dangerous or uncomfortable encounters with police did not need to see these painful and public examples to know that this system needed reform. And as a Black woman, of course, born and raised in this city, I've had many family members and friends have traumatic interactions with the police and have never had the luxury of feeling confident that our justice system would serve them equally. I can say that passing this ordinance and creating this independent system of accountability gives me hope that all of our residents will feel that their government is hearing and seeing them and taking action to protect them as well as our officers. Of course, make no mistake that this ordinance is just one piece of the broader work we have to do as a city to transform our approach to public safety, but also we have a lot more work to do, and it's hard work, of addressing the root causes of violence. The police department alone can't do it. We have to tackle issues, of course, of poverty, trauma, mental health, and unequal economic opportunity. We must all commit to acknowledging these deep inequities that exist in the city, and then, of course, do the work of eradicating them. One piece that I do want to stress, and Councilor Edwards also spoke to this in her thorough summary, is that as we work to finalize this language, there is one provision that is critically important that this body include. The current draft gives exclusive authority regarding discipline to the police commissioner as required by our laws and collective bargaining agreement. The ordinance also provides that the Civilian Review Board make their disciplinary recommendations to the police commissioner, which of course is non-binding, given our legal and collective bargaining restrictions. The ordinance, thus staying within legal boundaries, requires that whatever disciplinary decision the police commissioner solely imposes, that they share that decision in reasoning with the board. This allows the board to be more effective while creating greater transparency and accountability. This is something that the co-op had listed as an issue, and it aligns with best practices in other cities that have similar legal restrictions. I hope all my colleagues will join me and my co-sponsors in passing this ordinance, and of course, look forward to working in partnership with the mayor and the administration to implement this as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam President. And again, thank you to all of my colleagues who have engaged in this conversation over the months with respect to getting us to this point. Thank you. And thank you to my co-sponsors.
Thank you so much, Councilor Campbell. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to just join in the chorus of thank yous here for the chair for really drilling in and making this go through the way that it has, which I think is frankly in the strongest form that we could get from all of the multiple ideas. I think what has emerged from that is something that's very good for the city, very good for our communities, and frankly, very good for the Boston Police Department in as much as it creates trust and allows for a framework in which local residents and local constituents understand that there is accountability and there are other eyes on the decisions that are made at BPD. I want to make sure we thank my staff, Yasmin Radasi and Caitlin Fleischman, who have done a number of phone calls and just edits and calls on this. I want to thank the task force for their efforts on this and our community advocates. I think it's incredibly important to understand that the framework that they gave us was incredibly robust and really had many well thought out ideas and that I see this ordinance as implementing, along with good ideas, I think, from the ordinance that Councilor Campbell, myself, and Councilor Mejia have put forward. And so I look forward to a very strong Civilian Review Board coming out of this. I'll just note on the issue of disciplinary actions that power remains with the commissioner. All this would ask is that he explain those decisions, and there's no law, no statute, nothing that says that the decision doesn't have to be explained. The decision and the ultimate power to make a decision still resides and lies with him. And I think he would agree that he should not be above having to explain or discuss what his decision-making process is, precisely when the entirety of the Civilian Review Board is to put another set of eyes instead of recommendation. What good is a review board if they can submit recommendations and then not hear why or how or what impact those recommendations had? And so I think this strengthens everybody, including his position, ultimately, to have that community trust and that community accountability. And the final point of this, because I expect this to pass and I hope this will pass, I think that the next step is ensuring that we provide them the resources and staffing and in the necessary economic resources to succeed and to be a real power and a real body with teeth. And so I look forward to having those continued discussions in the new year. I want to thank all of the counselors who have put forth time and effort on this. And I thank again the Madam Chair for the work that she's done and Councilor Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my co-sponsors, Councilor Campbell and Arroyo. And before I dive into my remarks, I just want to acknowledge Councilor Edwards for her just ability to move the work forward and her relentless activism and making sure that people understand what these laws look like and how they impact our lives. So, Councilor Edwards, I just want to again thank you for how hard you work and how intentional you are making sure that people understand what it is that we're doing and why we're doing it. So I've learned so much from you this past year. And so I'm just incredibly grateful that you are in the position that you're in because you are at the helm. So thank you for that. So as I've said this before, creating a civilian review board is an incredible low bar, but it's one that we find ourselves tripping over and over again. And we can't let the politics of politics stand in the way of the work that needs to get done. We've been having the same conversation around police accountability and transparency for decades in the city of Boston, and it's time for that to change. One thing that I want to highlight in this ordinance is that we have fought to include a youth delegate to sit on the Civilian Review Board. And that is a paid position, and it must be filled by someone between the ages of 18 to 21 to ensure that the lived experiences of young people are present and at the table. Young people contribute so much to our city, yet often these spaces, they are always spoken about, but not with. We look forward to seeing this ordinance get put into place, and more importantly, following up in the future to ensure it is working as intended. This cannot be a set and forget kind of policy. We have a responsibility to keep an eye on it to make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure police accountability and transparency. And I want to just give a shout out to all of the advocates and the administration, and a big shout out to Jamal Crawford, who has been pounding the pavement around this issue way before it was even a thought for me. And as well as Tanisha Sullivan and the rest of the task force. Thank you to Councilor Campbell for her relentless commitment to accountability and for her hard work in making sure that our people are well taken care of. And it was so great to work with two lawyers on this project and to have Councilor Edwards shepherding the way. So they understand the law and I understand the people, and I think that we got to a good place and looking forward to a favorable response from my colleagues. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Would like to thank the chair for her thorough explanation and analysis, and also obviously the makers for their efforts. I would like to ask the chair if we could take a brief recess. I was obviously extending the courtesy to the chair as well as the lead sponsors in listening to their comments. It's a 24-page document. There's been some significant changes and amendments, and would really love an opportunity. I assume I speak for a lot of my colleagues, given the open meeting provisions, we're not able to engage, say, like the chair and the lead sponsors with sort of the back and forth with the administration. So I just wanted to get an opportunity to read it and to digest some of the changes. And then I have some questions, obviously, first and foremost about the task force. And again, this is through the chair. Many of whom are distinguished task force, many of whom have probably the most experience in this space, and whether or not they support the changes as well, and also whether or not our commissioner supports the changes. So I'd just like to get some feedback from either of them.
So the chair has given a very thorough report. And the report itself is 2 pages. It's not 24 pages. We're going to move on. If you have specific questions or comments, this is the chance to put it out on the floor, Councilor Flaherty. And I'm sure the chair or the sponsors could respond.
May I, Madam President?
Councilor, yes, the chair recognizes Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
I specifically with the task force members, Councilor Flaherty, as you'll note, they were in the working session that we had between the two documents. Present was president of the NAACP, Tanisha Sullivan, community activist and leader Jamal Crawford, and attorney Allison Cartwright, as you acknowledged her actually, as I think a former colleague that you work with. So the task force members were there where we discussed this, and the subsequent task force members have expressed their support to us in emails explaining that they want this to pass. The issues that were brought up from the task force members are consistent, haven't changed. They were advocating for the OPAT structure. That is happening. They were advocating specifically that the two be separated. That has not changed. Their overall advocacy was not so much concerned with the changes that we have made, which include the sharing appointment powers with the city council. They actually agreed with one of the suggestions, which was to expand the jurisdiction of the CRB. They understood we were discussing how we didn't want to stand down the civil investigations. And also, there seemed to be no opinion, honestly, on the specific concerns about some of the ratio of which changed, which was the mayor's appointment versus the city council's appointment, or the pools of which we were bringing forward to the mayor for him to select from. Those I did not hear from any individual task force member during the working session, during email, or during phone calls when they were trying to figure out what's going on, that those were their concerns. The biggest changes that we discussed today were not part of their concerns. They want this OPAT. They want this structure that they designed, that they came up with, and that I believe we are responding directly to the task force concerns and desires.
Thank you.
So Flaherty, did you have yeah,
yes,
go ahead.
I did. Yes, Madam
Go ahead.
President. So just obviously the committee report's a couple pages, but the document is actually 24 pages. So if I can just draw everyone's attention to page 16, that's 12-16.11. And it says, quote, absent clear error, the commissioner shall make all disciplinary decisions based on the board's finding of fact and consistent with the matrix and guidelines, end quote. My perspective, it clearly says that the Civilian Review Board will create a disciplinary scheme in and of itself, by itself, and that the commissioner would be legally obligated to follow that disciplinary decision and would only be able to deviate from it where the commissioner would have to point out, I guess, some clear error. So I would like some clarity on, again, 12-16.11. And again, this is a 24-page document, with all due respect, and it's on page 16 to draw everyone's attention to it. And that was the quote, absent clear error, absent clear error.
So I'm going to turn it back to the chair of the committee and also allow for the lead sponsor to chime in. I've heard very clearly in the report and as well as the remarks how this is going to be handled, but I will turn it over to them to state once again. Councillor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate Councilor Flaherty for you zeroing in on this particular language, because that is what a lot of the concerns have been about, and how that changes or doesn't change the current matrix. And the fact is, if we did not have that language, and if we did not have this matrix, for many of us on this council, this idea of OPAT and this idea of the Civilian Review Board would be for nothing. It would be 24 pages of absolutely no real change. It was vital to balance the true concerns of many of the makers of the community, that there was going to be some sort of transparent standard understanding and clarity about what was going to inform the decision of the commissioner, that he, again, can still disagree with. Should he, the question before us, have a reason, or at least state what that reason is, or a standard for that reason? That's what we're trying to put in. But ultimately, he is not bound by the decisions of the Civilian Review Board. He is and should be required to explain why he made a different decision than what was recommended to him. So what we're trying to do is put in standards for decision-making about discipline that is informed by the community, the Civilian Review Board, and that may be deterred or removed away from or completely ignored by the commissioner, but explain why. So, and if that doesn't happen, and if we maintain they can make recommendations, or they can't even make recommendations, and the commissioner ultimately does all the discipline, then what's the point in the Civilian Review Board? We could talk amongst ourselves, have no real communication, have no real standard, have nothing to give to the commissioner, who again maintains the ultimate power of disciplining the officers.
Those are through the chair.
Language
Yeah,
is trying to strike that balance, Councilor Flaherty.
no, that's and through the chair, and that's very fair analysis. I guess the question now is there any language outside or other than absent clear error that kind of gets us there? My concern, obviously, this passes and it doesn't get signed, and we're right back in here again in January on absent clear error. So I guess, is there any other verbiage that does exactly as you just explained it? It's like an IAG. You have an IAG and you ask them to participate and take all this time to go to meetings on development, and then they render an opinion and it kind of falls on deaf ears, if you will. Or so we definitely want to give people a sense that it means something, that they're participating in this process. No doubt about it. I hear that loud and clear, and I do support that. I just didn't know whether or not there's something other than or outside of absent clear error that would get everyone to a comfort level, particularly our commissioner, so that the mayor will sign it. My concerns will go through this whole exercise and it doesn't get signed and it's hung up on absent clear error.
So it's not going to be hung up on that. Do you have a specific amendment? Because otherwise there are other people who want to speak.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to come back to me, Madam President, because it is
Okay.
24 pages.
Let me just circle back. Why don't you think about that? I want to acknowledge that there are other folks who want to speak, and I just want to bring them in to the conversation. Councilor Campbell, did you want to jump in
Yeah.
before I go to other folks? Why don't
I
you
just
go-
wanted to, so two things. One is any language that when we were merging the mayor's proposal with the council's proposal, any language that we put into the mayor's proposal to create greater balance and to give the council more authority, and of course, create the strongest possible board, we use the original language verbatim from the original ordinance that we filed to the council back in July. So that any language would not be a shock, or so any new language wouldn't be a surprise or wouldn't be new, right? It would have been before this board back in July when we had that first hearing. So that language has existed since July. I hear you, Councilor Flaherty, on the absent clear error piece. You know, in putting this together and looking at other municipalities and looking at our
I
limitations.
feel cold.
Sorry, madam. You're cold, I'm cold too.
I'm sorry.
Madam?
That's
Yeah,
okay.
that's okay.
God bless. Even though
Go ahead,
Matt came
Councilor
down, I was like,
Campbell.
honey, put the heat on. So God bless. But no, so, you know, was looking at, of course, the law and the collective bargaining restrictions when it comes to our police commissioner's power with respect to imposing discipline. So if they want to push back on that specific piece, absent clear error, they can, and I think we can talk about it, but the language is original from July.
And if I may, Madam President,
Yes, please.
just for a quick clarification, the police commissioner defines the matrix, not the civilian review board. So he actually is defining the standard, then they would apply it. Then if he doesn't agree with it, their conclusion, he explains why and goes about disciplining officers.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. The chair at this time recognizes Councilor Asabi George. Councilor Asabi George, you have the floor. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm not sure if this question through you is to the chair or to one of the original sponsors, but it's been brought up, I think, in several conversations around the potential violation of both the city charter and state law. I would appreciate if anyone could share that information. And I do, based on this information, it is, as Councilor Flaherty mentioned, a lot of information to digest, and I appreciate the thoroughness in which the chair has shared that information, and certainly the conversation and presentation by the original and lead sponsors. So if someone could address that concern as it's—
Thank you. I will turn it over, and I appreciate that this is a lot. But I think it's good that we're having this conversation publicly. I know people want to digest it, but I think particularly this issue around transparency and accountability, important that we put whatever questions that we have out or whatever clarification that we need. So I appreciate that folks are doing this here. I'm going to come back to you, Councilor Edwards, if you could speak to Councilor Asabi George's concerns or questions. You're on
Yes,
mute.
Madam President. Yes, Madam President. And thank you very much, Councilor Asabi George, for your excellent questions. The specific issues concerned the charter and the general laws of the state of Massachusetts. I had specifically gone back to asked for citations to those laws and did some initial research looking at the general laws. I believe it is chapter. What I received was general laws from the acts of 1909. Excuse me, that would be our charter, and specifically it was concerning the ability for the mayor to appoint commissioners. That is not at issue. That is, they are correct that the mayor must maintain and has the absolute ability to appoint commissioners. And this structure maintains that. The city council proposes people for the mayor to pull from. The other issue was concerning the police commissioner. And I'll go get those acts, and I can forward these acts to Michelle if you would like to see them specifically, or any of the body. I want to say it's specifically for the board stuff. It's the statute, chapter 46, section 9 through 10, I believe, of our charter. And then for the police, excuse my language, for the police commissioner statutes, it is, again, from the acts of 1962, chapter 322, section 11, which, while I appreciate the PDF sent to me directly from the administration, I found on my own. And in that, again, it says the police commissioner shall give cognizance and control the government administration disposition and shall make all needful rules and regulations for the efficiency of said police provided and discipline of the department. So I'll read that again. The police commissioner shall have cognizance and control the government administration disposition and discipline of all the department. No one is debating that. He has the ultimate ability to completely ignore the Civilian Review Board and do what he feels is necessary and in compliance with the collective bargaining agreements, and also as per his authority as the police commissioner. He will, the only change is have to explain that.
And Madam President, if I could just have one more question, please. I am, if someone could just explain to me and perhaps the public what the outcomes are, what the next steps are. Should this be passed or should this be rejected today?
Please, Madam Chair.
If this were to be rejected today, then it is like any other ordinance and a possibility for us to come back to the table, have this filed immediately on January 13th when this body meets again, and to continue this conversation. I do, if I may, when we're finished with this, I will recommend an amendment to remove the clear error language if that makes more sense for this body, so that there is not a direct nexus or concern or believe that there's a mandate from this body. But I am willing to put that and talk to the, I think we should have that conversation. But I think that the transparency, which is what this body is seeking, and I believe what the public is seeking, can still be met. And that is to answer Councilor Flaherty's previous question.
Yeah,
I'm okay with removal.
Sure, there is no, I think there's general desire, certainly on my part, a deep desire for that transparency and for this work to go forward. And then if this is passed, what are the sort of the next steps along the way? And, you know, for just so that I'm clear on that, as well as the viewing public.
If this is passed, and I will, again, I'm going to get back into the details of this document to make sure, if I can't recall right off the top of my head, if we have some leadway time in the language. So is this immediately creating this and we get right to it? I thought there was some build-in time for it, but it definitely, the other build-in time is for it to be funded in our budget process, which is what we need to do. And so this will be submitted, I believe, in, when does budget come out? March, April?
Late April.
Late April. So when budget comes out, we will also see it reflected in there. And that will be another opportunity for us to build the OPAT and build the transparency and the structural change that we want as a council with the mayor. And the effective date is actually after it is funded. So actually, we're going through it again through the budget process as well, Councillor Asabi George, giving us an opportunity to further build.
Madam President, Madam Chair, can I just add one thing?
The chair recognizes Counselor Campbell. And if there's more discussion, please show of blue Zoom hands.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm okay with striking the absent clear error language. It doesn't undermine the point, which is that the commissioner be required, right, to come back to the board and to let them know and let the public know what he's done with their recommendation with respect to discipline. So I'm okay with that. I just want to offer that up. I will also add the reason you're just seeing this is because we got these edits very late from the administration and mobilized quickly. And we told them that was really unfortunate that we got them so late. So we had to mobilize quickly. So literally we're dealing with all of this yesterday. And so just wanted to flag that. Central staff, of course, was also at moments a bit frustrated because they too got it late. We're in the middle of hearings and of course had to be pulled away to make some edits. Hence why it may feel as though obviously every counselor is just getting some of this information right now. We submitted the proposals in a timely manner and then we got some of these things back just yesterday. But if it will help colleagues support this today, I'm okay with striking those specific words. Yes. And keeping the crux of the matrix and the requirement that he have to come back to the board. Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Edwards.
So let me say this before I entertain more discussion, just so that folks are clear about our process. If in fact we are going to strike language, add language, that would have to come in a formal amendment, be seconded, voted on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. At this point, the chair recognizes Councilor Baker, followed by Councilor Wu. Councilor Baker?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, with the state debating the reform bill, I believe today, how do these three new boards interact with that board? If to the chair of government ops, if.
Yep, and I also will open it up to the sponsor of the committee. I'll go first to the chair of the committee. And then I'll go to the sponsor of the legislation. Chair Edwards, please.
Thank you very much. Excellent question, Councilor Baker. Because the State House is a moving target, it is a bit hard for me to tell you the direct impact, Councilor Baker. I also understand parts could be vetoed, could be overridden into the next year. So if you understand where I'm trying my best. Ultimately, though, let's just say there's a conflict in any way, shape, or form. Just pull it up 30,000 foot. If we are going above the state's requirements for police oversight and they set the floor, we're good. If they have banned certain things or they say that there are certain things that are not allowed, they mean that for the whole state. And so therefore we cannot. So I have to see the ultimate structure. We have to see the ultimate structure of what passes out of the State House. And if that structure has the exclusive and only authority to do certain things, then we must stand down. But I don't know what's coming out, and that's very frustrating right at this particular moment. But I don't believe it precludes us, Councilor Baker, from moving forward and, if need be, adjusting what we've done. Because even if we did verbatim what the mayor wanted, even if that passed, we would still have to adjust depending on what the State House does.
Okay, and one other question, if that's okay, Madam Chair, is you said there was some financial analysis. What is the cost of the city going to be to set up 3 new boards?
That was one of the concerns, Councilor Baker, that we had expressed, Councilor Flaherty specifically. We did not get an exact number. Chief Jerome Smith mentioned that he would like it would be presented in our budget for us to do our normal analysis with.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not. And some comments briefly, I'm just not totally convinced that we're not in conflict with state law and the city charter. I believe I will be voting no on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. The chair recognizes Councilor Wu, who will be followed by Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Wu.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to weigh in on my own part and to say I will be voting in support of this, and just to note, all of the back and forth and all of the points that we've been discussing today, it does, yes, there's a relatively compressed timeline for this particular piece of legislation, given the legislative calendar and the need to meet this moment. But the issues that we are discussing here have been on the table for decades, really, but even within the city council and the mayor's specific purview since the audit of the Boston Police came out now 6+ years ago. And so many of these same recommendations were already made then. And so this language operationalizes that and moves it forward and finally codifies it. But the issues are not new. And then just to speak a little bit to the questions about state law and charter, we hear that every single time there's legislation introduced on the Boston City Council, that there is concern about the council overstepping our role or the city not being able to act because of potential action by the state or worrying about us, going above and beyond. It has been a constant refrain on every piece of climate legislation, every piece of workers' rights legislation, nearly everything we have done, that has been put up as a potential barrier. And so I just want to emphasize that, I'm really proud of this council for always stepping into our own power, taking the actions that we can take and moving with urgency. So just wanted to explain my yes vote today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Wu. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty, who will be followed by Councilor Mejia. Councilor Flaherty?
Thank you, Madam President. And obviously I want to thank the lead sponsor for her willingness to remove absent clear error. And with that, I'm prepared to support. So I just want that on the record. So I appreciate my friend and colleagues' willingness to do that. Gives me more comfort. And obviously, and through working through the chair, of course, Councilor Edwards did yeoman's work and phenomenal work here. So I want to make sure we're going through the proper procedures. So she as chair did a phenomenal job. And obviously, and I appreciate my colleague and friend and the lead sponsor's willingness to just check out absent clear error. And with that, sign me up. I'm on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia, who will be followed by Councilor Flynn. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am really excited to support, obviously I'm one of the co-sponsors for this, but a lot of people who are paying attention and listening in to this whole process, I really do appreciate Councilor Wu's comments in terms of how often we have to continue to wait for things that are impacting those who are living these realities, right? And it's always we're always asked to wait for our turn, we're asked to wait for justice. And I think that now is the time for us to act with urgency. And our people are sick and tired of waiting. And if we're really serious about moving the needle, I am urging my colleagues to do right and support this legislation that we're trying to move, this ordinance that we're trying to move forward. And I think that I'm a freshman counselor and I'm learning a lot through this whole entire process. But I will say is that the people who are listening in, right, are really recognizing how politics play out. And I think that we owe it to ourselves to recognize that we can't continue to ask people to wait anymore. And so I am going to hold myself accountable to the people who put me in this seat and continue to fight unapologetic about the things that I think we need to do to move the needle forward for our people.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn, followed by Councilor O'Malley. Then we'll be bringing this discussion to a close. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to ask the chair if, I know the question was asked prior, but can we discuss a little about the funding of this? I know the question was asked, but during the budget process, the mayor is going to recommend money for this to make sure that this program continues or is established, I should say. And do we have an idea how much that would be, or if there's any other cities around the country that have a similar program, how much they are funding this type of plan as well? I just wanted to see what the estimates might be for funding issues.
Yeah, I believe this was similar to Councilor Baker's question, but Councilor Edwards, you want to quickly respond to this? A lot of this we won't know until the budget process starts, but clearly there's a commitment to a civilian review board from the administration, and it would have to be a funded mandate. We clearly don't want to have a mandate that's not funded, but if you want, Councilor Edwards, if you want to speak to some of the specifics
Thank you again. And
around the budget.
thank you very much, Councilor Flynn and Councilor Janey. Again, when it comes to the funding of this, we had the full commitment from Jerome Smith and the administration that this would be funded to make it as effective as possible. Again, reminding us of our fiscal stewardship. I thank you so much, Councilor Flynn, but also that we also don't know our budget numbers quite yet because of the recession and the moment that we are potentially in. So I don't want to commit or to overstate or to get ahead of the administration. I believe them I take them at their word. They're going to fund this. This is going to be effective. They're going to put the staff necessary in place to do it. And we can commit to the public who is watching. We will, if we don't see it in terms of the numbers, we will make sure as the budget comes through that it does reflect the excitement, this opportunity, and I believe the effective, impactful, transparent new commission that they deserve. Again, as you know, Councilor Flynn, having gone through 3 budget cycles, we were once freshmen together, right? We did this with short-term rental, Councilor Flynn. The first thing after we passed it, as you recall, is ask then Commissioner Mr. Christopher, you have the funding, do you have the goods, do you have what you need, so on and so forth. And we'll do the same thing.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Chair Edwards, as well.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. The chair recognizes Councilor O'Malley. Councilor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just very briefly, because I know we have a packed agenda, echo the concerns, or rather echo the thanks from the at-large council from South Boston, Councilor Flaherty, in support of adding the absent clear error amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, as well as Chair of Public Safety, for your support of that, and we'll be proudly supporting that amendment and supporting this ordinance. Thank you.
Wonderful. I believe we are good on discussion, but clearly from the discussion, there was interest in an amendment. And at this time, I would entertain a motion for that amendment to come before the body. Given that,
Make that amendment.
okay. Is that, okay, and that we actually have to see the actual language though. So we're gonna need this proposed language to be sent in an email to Michelle or Christine so that we can get it out to the entire body. We're gonna ask our clerk to read it into the record so that we can go from there. Yes, Councilor.
Yeah, it's actually based on the lead sponsor. It's just a deletion of three words. So I hear you. So you just need language that has.
Yeah, I would appreciate, just because we're remote and I want to make sure that I have a cautious of abundance to make sure it's properly before the body.
So whoever from
Central. Yeah, so if you could.
Central staff is listening, if they can just remove absent clear language, which is 16-11. It's on page 16, and it's the lead sentence before Commissioner.
Right.
You should have this shortly in your inboxes, Councilor Flaherty, and all my colleagues, and to Madam President. Sorry to interrupt this. We just finalized the language. It will be coming shortly.
Okay, so people, you'll have the language in your inbox. Please also make sure that our clerk has been copied on that. So, because again, we're gonna have her clearly put it before the body and read it. Okay, everyone good?
Yes.
Just gonna give a second for the transmission of emails to go through. And then we're gonna come back to clarify that the amendment has been proposed by Councilor Flaherty. It has been seconded by Councilor Edwards. And Madam Clerk, if you have that amendment, I will go to you next to just read the language so we're all clear. You're on mute right now, but if you let me know if you have it. You're still on mute? Yes.
I will just read it off of my phone because it's not allowing me to do it. So bear with me because it's very small print. Amendment proposed by Councilor Edwards. Docket number 1094 shall be further amended in section 112 1611E by striking the sentence, absent clear error. The police commissioner shall make all disciplinary decisions based on the board's finding of fact and consistent with the matrix and guidance. The amended 1216-11E will say, if the CRB makes a sustained finding, the board shall also make disciplinary recommendations based on the board's finding of fact and consistent with the matrix and guidelines. The discipline matrix and guidelines shall act as safeguards to ensure a consistent application of discipline and should include aggravating and mitigating factors. The discipline matrix and guidelines should be developed by the police commissioner. Should the police commissioner choose not to implement the disciplinary actions recommended by the CRB, the police commissioner shall notify the CRB of the implemented disciplinary action and detail the reason the recommendation was not accepted.
Thank you. So this has now been properly before the body and seconded. We need to vote. Is there any discussion on the amendment? I think we're good. We had lots of discussion. So we can vote now for this amendment. Yes? Great. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the roll, please.
Thank you. On an amendment to docket 1094, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1094, amendment has been unanimously passed.
Thank you so much. So now we've got to pass the actual docket. All right. All right. So Councilor Edwards, who is chair of the Committee on Government Operations, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 1094 in a new draft. I'm going to ask you again, Madam Clerk, to please call the roll.
Thank you. Docket 1094 in a new draft as amended. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
No.
Councilor Baker, no. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1094 has passed in the new draft and amended 12 votes to 1.
Thank you so much. This docket also, this entire meeting deserves a hand clap, so we will do that and then move on to docket 1051. Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Docket 1051, the Committee on Government Operations, to which is referred October 21st, 2020, docket number 1051. Message and order approving the Home Rule petition to the General Court entitled Petition for a Special Law Regarding Hiring Preference for Boston Resident Graduates for the Boston Police Department, submits a report recommending the order ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards, who's chair of our Committee on Government Operations. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, my colleagues. This was a petition for a special law, so it is a home rule petition that must pass our body and ultimately go to the State House. It's a preference for high school graduate, Boston high school graduate, for the position of police officers in the city of Boston. This was sponsored by Mayor Walsh and referred to the committee on October 21st, 2020. The committee held a hearing on December where public comment was taken, and we had a working session on December 3rd. This docket will create a preference category for Boston police candidates who graduated from any public or private secondary school located in Boston, or from any secondary school that participates in the Metropolitan Council for Educational Opportunity Program, commonly referred to as METCO. This new preference category includes graduates from charter and parochial schools as well. The individual would have to be a Boston resident at the time of the graduation from high school to qualify for this preference. The creation of this new preference category is a result of recommendations from the Boston Police Reform Task Force. I want to give a special shout out to Officer Eddie Crispin. Its objective is to create a pipeline to careers in law enforcement and to increase diversity in the Boston Police Department. Appointment to the Boston Police Department is governed by the state's, and continually will be governed by the state's Civil Service Law, Chapter 31 of General Laws. This home petition is designed to work in conjunction with that and with other preferences provided in state law, which include preferences for disabled veterans generally, and residents, Boston. This was again, a very, I think, robust, good conversation. I want to thank the members of the administration, Faiza Sharif, Deputy Director of the Office of Neighborhood Services, Sergeant Eddie Crispin from the Boston Police Department, and Police Reform Task Force member, Michael Gaskins, Diversity Recruitment Officer and Exam Administrator for Boston Police Department, and Javier Flores, who's from the Police Reform Task Force member. As explained by the administration, this seemed to strike a balance between the recommendations from the police task force, but also within and consistently with the already defined preferences in the civil service. There was robust conversation about this, generally excitement. I want to give credit to Councillor Flaherty, who noted consistently and introduced me to the term mattress address, made me hip to the game to understand what that was, and really wanted to note that he has already been, and his leadership has already demonstrated that he did not want someone to simply be able to come here, be able to claim a Boston residency, go through the process, and meet the current 1-year standard. He has already led in a home rule petition to increase that to 3 years. And after much discussion, the amended form as it is now replacing the word 1 with the word 3. Consistent with the home rule petition supported by the mayor, consistent with Councillor Flaherty's leadership, and making sure that people just can't hop into Boston and keep going. We want to see a real commitment. There was also a great deal of conversation about using or including parochial schools or private schools, and whether that ultimately would water down or reduce the lack of diversity that is available from this new pool of preference that we are creating. Ultimately, and speaking with the task force member, this was, while it was not a huge priority, it was not something that it mattered to our colleagues, some of our colleagues, that private schools be included, specifically because many of them have scholarship and outreach and diversity programs for children of color in Boston, and they didn't want them excluded because they had an opportunity to attend an elite or exclusive private school. So private schools in that language still is in this current draft. But it is my recommendation that with the amendment from 1 to 3, for the look back of the residency, that this ought to pass as the amended form. I think this is exciting. I think, again, it demonstrates our commitment and honestly our willingness to work with the administration even in this late hour. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Councillor Edwards. At this time, the chair recognizes Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Would like to thank Chairwoman Edwards, obviously, for her attention to detail, great work that she did, a lot of moving parts, but also exercised some of her own institutional knowledge in making sure that the amendment that was put forth, put it on par with the home rule petition that's currently existing legislation that we passed unanimously, as well as the mayor signed back in 2019. And we're hoping that we'll continue to get positive feedback from stakeholders and members of the public. That language was supported by 718 and the Society of Vulcans. It was also supported by the BPPA, the detectives, and superior officers, as well as MAMLIO. It had universal support. As she described the mattress address, it's the biggest loophole that takes seats away from city kids. And they're very precious academy seats, whether it's the police academy or the fire academy. And we're constantly trying to keep up with attrition, and we're constantly trying to budget for more classes. But at the end of the day, those seats, I firmly believe that city police officers and city firefighters do a better job than when they're more familiar with our communities, when they speak the languages of our neighborhoods, and that they look like the face of the city. So I'm a firm believer that our city kids and residents should have the first shot at those seats, and her amendments speak to that and will go a long way in addressing the issues that we struggle with, which is how can we get more city kids, more people of color, more women on these jobs. And by closing that loophole for the mattress address, we've done tremendous work and will result in more seats being available for the folks that we're trying to get. So I appreciate, once again, the chair's efforts. She's great. And got a lot of other terms I can fill you in on.
Yeah, listen, Councilor Flaherty, I was in that working session when you made it known that everyone would understand what the mattress address is. Let me thank you, though, for your leadership and expanding that 1 year to 3 year. That was one of the things that was certainly very important to me, and I know important to other colleagues. I also care very deeply about prioritizing not just Boston kids, but Boston kids in public schools. And I know this language still includes private schools. I'd be interested, my colleagues who want to continue to see private schools, are you interested in some sort of preference for children, students of color at the private schools? Because that, when I speak with folks at MAMLIO, more so than a Boston preference, they really are trying to diversify the police department. So I'd just be interested in your thoughts. I'm gonna, anyone on the council.
Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Janey, if I may.
Councilor Edwards, yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't believe that our laws allow us to get that granular or to specifically speak about people of color, especially our state law, which is what we're trying to create. I don't believe that would be allowed. So we could speak to broad institutions, but no, I don't believe so.
I mean, the question still is, and this is not the place to debate it. This is the place for us to vote. But since we're having discussion, the question is, how do we then ensure the diversity if we include all of private school students? That's still the question. Again, we're not here to debate. We've got to move through our dockets, but I will take Councilor Mejia, who is looking to speak. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I would also have to echo that is definitely something in the working session that I know we struggled with. The whole idea is to increase diversity within the task force, within the police force. And so how do we go about doing that if we can be intentional about who it is that we're trying to recruit and cultivate? So I am in agreement with Councilor Janey. And I think one of the things that we talked about is maybe increasing it to 5 years instead of 3 in terms of Boston Public School students. I know 3 is the threshold, but I think 5 might be a little bit more reasonable. And just curious about, I have to agree with Councilor Janey. I mean, if we're here to talk about equity, then we need to be a little bit more aggressive about that language and how we can reach those goals.
Yeah. Before I come back to you, Councilor Edwards, I'm going to let Councilor Flynn jump in. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to say briefly that appreciate everybody's comments representing the South End, about 2/3 of the South End. But there's a wonderful school in the South End, the Cathedral High School, which is predominantly African-American Latinx students. Most of them come from the South End. They come from Roxbury and Dorchester. But most of them, I think 95% of them are on scholarship as well, financial assistance. Their parents work exceptionally hard to pay some money to the school, and they have the rest by scholarship, but I would not want to see those students be penalized for various reasons, but I think it's fair to include private schools in this discussion, in this proposal. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Councillor Flynn. We're going to close out this discussion and get ready for our vote. But before we do, wanted to offer, unless there's other blue hands, I think we're all good on discussion.
I can't find.
Okay, no worries, Councillor Baker.
Sorry.
Councillor Edwards, before I go to you, I'm going to give Councillor Baker the opportunity. We're going to let you close it out. We're going to close, unless there are amendments, we're going to close discussion and move for a vote, okay? Councillor Baker, you have the floor.
Sorry about that. Sometimes I can find the blue hand, sometimes I can't find the blue hand. Just to go back to your comment on, I believe that private schools should be in there. Sounds kind of unconstitutional to say that we just want candidates of color. I mean, as a white person whose grandmother was born in South Boston in 1900, my family's been here for over 100 years, to now look at my children and grandchildren and say, you're not welcome. That's just a thought, kind of what it made me feel like. Very divisive. So that's all. I do believe in this ordinance right here. I think it's a great way for us to diversify our police department. And if you want to talk generational wealth, if we put 300 kids from Mattapan and Roxbury and Dorchester that were kids of color in the police department and the fire department in the next 5 years, that would create some generational wealth. Not opposed to being heavy on black and brown kids, but we shouldn't be looking to exclude my children and grandchildren. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Councillor Baker. And to be very clear, the suggestion isn't to limit this to kids of color. It was public schools versus private schools. But thank you.
But then we drilled down deeper and said, if we have to keep the private schools in there, why don't we call for just black kids?
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And to Councillor Flynn's point, there are private schools like Catholic schools that are very diverse.
Elizabeth Ann Seton in Lower Mills is nearly 100% Haitian.
Thank you so much, Councillor Baker, for those important points. Councillor Edwards, if you have any more discussion, because we're ready to move for a vote. Did you have anything? I see your hand up.
I just wanted to acknowledge Councillor Mejia brought up another discussion about the residency, specifically in the length, and I wanted to explain why we ultimately chose 3. Again, it was consistent with already pending home rule petition passed by Councillor Flaherty. So to put in 5 was the same argument against why we couldn't have 1. It wasn't consistent. That is all.
Okay. Thank you. So I think this is stronger with that mattress address amendment. So again, many thanks to Councillor Flaherty. If there's no other discussion, we'd like to bring this amendment to the floor. I mean, not the amendment, excuse me, the docket to the floor for a vote. We are on docket 1051. Councillor Edwards, who is chair of the committee, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 1051 in a new draft. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Certainly. Docket 1051 in a new draft. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1051 has passed in a new draft unanimously.
Thank you so much. We're just 2 hours into the meeting and only 3/4 of the meeting left. Wonderful. We're now moving on to matters recently heard for possible action. Madam Clerk, could you please read docket 0811?
Thank you. Docket 0811, ordinance restricting the use of chemical crowd control agents and kinetic impact projectiles.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Edwards, who is chair of the Committee on Government Operations. Councillor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to my colleagues. I do recognize how much work we're putting in today. I do hope you understand the only reason why I'm being so detailed is because of some of the historic nature of the legislation we're passing. And I wanted to be very clear to the public what reasons, what conversations, what standards we were applying when we passed it. With regard to docket 0811, an ordinance restricting the use of chemical crowd control agents and kinetic impact projectiles. This was sponsored by Councilors Arroyo and Councilor Campbell and referred to the committee in June 2020, on June 17, 2020. We held a public hearing on August 10th, where public comment was taken. The committee also held 2 working sessions, one on November 19th and one on December 14th, 2020. Docket 0811 would restrict the use of chemical crowd control agents, such as tear gas, and kinetic impact projectiles, KIPs, I'll call that, such as rubber bullets, by law enforcement in the city of Boston during protests, demonstrations, and gatherings. Restrict the use, as in it would require certain actions and certain standards, but this is not a ban to the use. At the hearing on August 10th, the committee heard from Deputy Superintendent Kevin McGoldrick, Bureau of Field Services from the Boston Police Department, Superintendent William Ridge, Bureau of Field Services from the Boston Police Department, from Rasan Hall, Director of Racial Justice Program at the ACLU, Massachusetts, from Dr. Rohini Har, Physicians for Human Rights, and Jeff Ure of the National Lawyers Guild. The committee discussed injuries and trauma resulting from these chemical crowd control agents and KIPs. Boston Police Department specific weapons, protocol, and experience with use of these agents, eyewitness reports of use of these agents in recent months. Public testimony was heard from individuals who had experienced or witnessed use of crowd control agents in Boston during the recent Black Lives Matter protests, and concerns were raised about the ordinance's waiting period, specifically 2 minutes, and lack of exceptions for exigent circumstances. Those concerns coming from the Boston Police Department. At the working session on November 14th, the committee heard from Deputy Superintendent McGoldrick, Rasan Halls, and Jeff Ure. Deputy Superintendent McGoldrick shared several concerns from the department, most specifically about the requirement to give 2 warnings, 2 minutes apart, without exceptions for defense or self of others. He stated that BPD already focuses on de-escalation and only uses these tools as a last result. Mr. Foyer and Mr. Hall reiterated points from the hearing that the ordinance codifies use of these tools as a last result. And BPD was asked to bring language that would codify their current practices to the next working session so the committee could work toward a compromise. In short, what we had asked initially is that the BPD come up with language that they like. And while they did not want to change anything, we then said, well, then at least put in language that codifies what you already do. And then we have what you already do with what is proposed to be done, and we can marry the two. At the second working session on December 19th, the committee heard again from Deputy Superintendent McGoldrick, Rasan Hall, and Jeff Foyer. Mr. Hall and Mr. Foyer reviewed proposed amendments to the docket that would improve clarity, add additional focus on de-escalation, and add legal remedies and reporting requirements. All of the additional language and amendments came from Mr. Hall, Mr. Foyer, and the co-sponsors. There were no additional amendments or suggested language from the Boston Police Department, not even the codification of their own policies. Mr. Hall and Mr. Foyer reiterated comments from previous sessions regarding the ordinance's balance and necessity. Deputy Superintendent McGoldrick reiterated concerns about the 2-minute warnings and other restrictions on officer discretion, liability, and impacts on partner agencies. Specifically, if Boston is raising the standard for how to deal with protests, and we get mutual aid, which is a long existing practice that we have amongst cities, that other officers from other cities may not know or be able to comply with what Boston is setting. Other topics of conversation included interactions with state law, interpretations of the ordinance, and practical implementation. It was reiterated that the current language is a compromise from a complete ban, and such that many people had specifically asked the lead sponsors to ban this outright. The lead sponsors, in response to them, said, "We will come up with restrictions and standards, but there will be no ban." Council discussed adding a 3-month implementation period. Specifically, I had proposed that there needed to be some training and also kind of warm-up time before we just ban this or restrict this or cause any impact in the police protocol without some sort of warm-up for this restriction. Based upon the information gathered at the hearing and working sessions, the following substantive changes were made to the docket from its original filing. Number 1, clarification to definition of kinetic impact projectile, including intent to disorient, in addition to incapacitate or inflict pain. So the initial definition had only intent to disorient. Now it includes incapacitate or inflict pain. Edits providing that an exemption must include a supervisor's witness of an ongoing act of violence and determination that the act cannot be controlled or quelled by any other reasonable method of de-escalation. Then the officer may proceed to use the KIP or the CCCA. One of the things I want to be very clear, this is only applicable, these restrictions are only applicable to protests. Therefore, these restrictions are not applicable to criminal activity generally. A protest is happening, and there's a crowd, and they're going to implement this. These restrictions apply. If a young man or woman in that crowd decides to veer off and start breaking windows, breaking cars, breaking into cars, causing destruction and crime of property, those restrictions and the ability for the officers to go over there to de-escalate with these tools do not apply. The officer may use their normal discretion and go take care of that criminal activity. Addition of requirement for Boston Police Department to inform all other law enforcement agencies that may operate within the city of Boston about the ordinance. Addition of a provision that states that violations of the ordinance constitute an injury for which any person may institute proceedings to enforce. There's a clarification that remedies offered by the ordinance should not be construed to limit an individual's rights under state or federal law. There's another edit in addition of a provision regarding reporting violations to oversight agencies, and extension of the effective date, which is what I proposed, of 90 days to allow Boston Police Department time to inform and train personnel of the impacts and obligations of the ordinance. Other edits included technical and formatting changes and edits to various provisions for clarity. In its amended draft, the ordinance would prohibit law enforcement from using from using chemical crowd control agents and kinetic impact projectiles in the city of Boston against any person engaged in a protest, demonstration, or gathering involving more than 10 persons, unless an on-scene supervisor specifically authorizes their use in response to personal, witnessed, or violence or destruction of property that has been determined to be uncontrollable by any other method of de-escalation. Should an on-scene supervisor authorize the use of chemical crowd control agents or kinetic impact projectiles, they must ensure the availability of exits prior to providing 2 separate warnings, 2 minutes apart, over a loudspeaker system to all persons in the area that direct those in the area to disperse, and also announce the coming of deployment of specific chemical crowd control agents or kinetic impact projectiles. I want to be clear, if they're on scene and they're going to use this, if they determine that there's no way to reasonably de-escalate this crowd, they must give 2 separate warnings, 2 minutes apart, to tell the crowd, you have to leave. This is intended to give our seniors, our young people, our folks who generally were just there to exercise their First Amendment rights, the ability to get on the T and get out of the way. and to say, if you don't, the consequences are we will use these tactics. The ordinance requires Boston Police Department to train its officers regarding compliance with the ordinance, and also to share the ordinance's requirements with other law enforcement agencies that may operate in the city. The ordinance provides for individual and general legal remedies, penalties for violation, and provisions for reporting violations. The chair of the Committee of Government Operations, to which the following was referred, docket 0811, ordinance restricting the use of chemical crowd control agents and kinetic impact projectiles, submits a report recommending that this docket ought to pass in an amended draft. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Edwards, for another thorough report. At this time, I would like to turn it to the sponsors for any remarks, and then, of course, we can open it up for discussion. So I'm going to call upon Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor, followed by Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Madam Chair both for a thorough report, but also for the way in which she oversaw these hearings and working sessions, and the way in which we arrived to what is finally proposed and in front of you. I also want to thank the NLG, Rasan Hall from the ACLU, City Councilor Andrea Campbell for her partnership and for their partnership in ensuring that the language in this and the ways in which we put this together was as comprehensive as could be. I want to sort of talk about what this is, right? Chemical crowd control agents and kinetic impact projectiles entail significant risk of causing serious bodily harm. In fact, in the city of Boston in 2004, someone was killed by use of these weapons by BPD. And so the reality is that at this moment, there's no regulations on the usage of these things. There's no regulation. And when we talked about this as a conversation, I think it's important to understand that this bill, this ordinance that's in front of you, is a compromise ordinance. It's not a complete ban. It creates reality in which before using these kinds of weaponry, things that have been noted to cause blurred vision, difficulty swallowing, coughing, rashing, vomiting, dermal pain, respiratory distress, psychological effects of disorientation, agitation, and in some cases, death and severe bodily injury, including lifelong bodily injury, that there be a warning given and that people be allowed to disperse. And the reality is, in the city of Boston, this is a way to protect our residents who have demonstrated or are demonstrating and are raising their voice on whatever issue they may be doing that for. These are indiscriminate weapons. They're not, they are not able to target one individual. That is the nature of something like tear gas or firing rubber bullets or rubber pepper spray bullets. And in that instance, it's only right that we give the public the ability to protect themselves and to exit that scenario if it should arise. I believe this is a reasonable compromise. I would say that, you know, I have heard from the opposing side on this in terms of where they are with what the language is. And I would note that I think Madam Chair summed it up really well. We had a hearing August 10th in which the administration and BPD did not show. We had a working session in November where we asked and implored. We had a second working session scheduled from that first working session because we really did want language. On the second working session, no language was presented. And frankly, I think that this bill, this ordinance before you meets the goals that we're trying to set here to protect residents, and it is good, and I'm asking that it be passed. And so with that, I'm going to allow for Madam President to dictate who gets to speak on that afterward. But I would just like to thank Councilor Campbell for her partnership and for her work in ensuring that this came together the way it did. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Arroyo. The chair recognizes Councilor Campbell, who is the other sponsor on this docket. Councilor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much. And thank you to Councilor Edwards as well for your leadership of the committee and how you hosted the hearings and your team. And of course, thank you, Councilor Arroyo, for your partnership on this. You were in the weeds and pushing really hard for all of us to come together and work in collaboration. So appreciate the partnership. Thank you to the National Lawyers Guild, ACLU as well, and all the other advocates who stepped up over the last few months to help us strengthen this ordinance. And we made changes along the way that reflect that. I also want to thank my council colleagues who came and participated in the hearings and working sessions, members of the police department as well for participating and sharing their perspective. I think it's absolutely necessary that the city of Boston codify these practices so that we have not only a transparent policy, but one that is restrictive and that will guide how and when we use chemical agents and other crowd control weapons in public. And I have come out and said that I don't think we should be using these at all, but this was an opportunity for us to be reasonable, to hear from our law enforcement and our police department, their thoughts and concerns, and hence this is the compromise that we came up with in many ways. So I do hope that all counselors support this and recognize that incredible work went into creating as much collaboration and compromise as possible. I will also add, of course, this legislation is an important piece of the work to establish accountability and greater transparency in our policing that both the council, of course, and the administration have committed to. So I hope my colleagues will join Councilor Roy and I and Councilor Edwards in passing this legislation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Councilor Campbell. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the lead sponsors on this very important ordinance. This issue is very personal to me. I grew up in Northern Ireland, which is where the plastic bullet was invented by British security forces to subdue demonstrations in Northern Ireland. 120,000 rubber bullets were discharged in the streets of Northern Ireland in the 70s and 80s. 15 people died and hundreds were left with lifelong injuries, loss of vision, and disabilities as a result. So if it was up to me, I would ban these weapons, but I think this ordinance is a very reasonable compromise, and I am very happy to support it this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Braden. Oh, I thought I saw another hand. Okay, so if there's no other, oh, there is a hand. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor O'Malley. Councilor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Obviously, in theory, I support this. I think we all support this. I think the Boston Police Department supports this, given the fact that these tools have been used so infrequently, but certainly agree with the call to increase the infrequency that they'd be used. A concern that I do have is that this seems as though some of the issues that have been raised by the police commissioner in a recent letter that many of us received just last night gets to the point that the chair had talked about on officers' discretion, on liability, on mutual aid, on rank in terms of an officer who would be able to override some of these concerns, crowd size, et cetera. I think those are some real concerns. And now it has been said that the Boston Police Commissioner and other top administration officials had an opportunity to weigh in and literally have a seat at the table, which they refused. That's a fair point, one that I agree with. But it also, we can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, so to speak. It happened. So now we're being asked to vote on something where the individuals who are set to implement it have expressed some grave concerns about how it would be done. So my question through you, Madam President, to the makers would be, is there an appetite? Probably not, but I guess I'm asking, I would see enormous efficacy in not voting on this now, given the fact that, again, the people who are set to put this into place have made a rather compelling case that this could actually make other individuals at risk, that this could mean that it would be easier to have a sort of higher level reaction than this to certain situations, and therefore that could drive it. Is there an appetite from the makers to not vote on this today, given the concerns raised by the police commissioner, reintroduce it at the first meeting, vote on it after that? I get the concern that we don't want to wait. Lord knows I don't want to wait. I've spent 10 years in this business trying to get government to not move at a glacial pace. But given the fact that there's already a 3-month delay on implementation, we'd be talking about voting on this now with something that has been raised, some legitimate concerns have been raised by the police department, and having it go into effect in the middle of March or seeing if we can have one more opportunity, and perhaps there will be no common ground fine, but at least seeing one more opportunity where we could reconvene the players, vote on it at our second meeting of the year, and have it go into effect in early or middle of April. So through you, Madam Chair, that's my request to the makers.
Thank you so much, Councilor O'Malley. We did all receive this letter. What would have been most helpful is to have these concerns come out through our process, our legislative process, versus a letter in the final hour. But certainly we'll turn it over to the makers for their response to your question. I'm going to turn it over to the makers. There are also other colleagues who want to speak, so I do see your blue hands. If you're wondering if you did it right this time, I do see you and I will call upon you. But first, I'm going to go to the makers, Councilor Arroyo and Councilor Campbell, who will be followed by Councilor Baker, who wants to add a point. Councilor Arroyo?
Thank you, Madam President. And to the question directly, there is no appetite. I mean, just to be clear about what this is a compromise that we submitted instead of a full ban. The appetite for a full ban was real. I support a full ban. I believe several other council colleagues would have supported a full ban. And the reality was we knew politically that I would prefer some protections rather than no protections. And if the fight was going to be about whether or not we could get a full ban out and then the fight against a full ban, and then we end up with no protections for residents, that doesn't benefit anybody. And so when we put this together with, warnings, and I think there's a whole host of advocates who don't believe that this goes far enough. And the reality is this was a compromise, and we asked repeatedly at all of these sessions for something. Give us some edit, give us some written something. It never arrived. I'm aware of the letter that we received, I believe last night, but that doesn't include any edits or amendments to the language either. And so I don't think there's a real good faith effort on that end. I do not want to delay in offering these protections to residents. I do believe that this is a good, solid compromise ordinance, and I do stand by what we're asking be done here. And so, no, there is no appetite on my part for a delay in a vote. We've given repeated chances for language and for amendments, and they just have not been forthcoming.
And now, oh, sorry.
Yep, I'm going to turn it now to Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'll just quickly say everything he said. And I'll just further add, if we thought that there was an appetite within a good faith appetite in the department to offer up productive amendments, we would have delayed this. We wouldn't even be discussing it right now. We coordinated, of course, and chatted with the chair of the committee, who I think agrees with us. And I will just add, in the second working set, or the first working, we had the hearing and then 2 subsequent working sessions. In that first working session post the hearing, pushed back on the police department. They were raising, of course, a whole bunch of concerns. And we said, we want some language. We would love to see edits and ideas around everything that we were proposing. And ultimately got them to admit that they just didn't want this, right? They didn't think it was necessary to have such an ordinance. And so we are pushing back and saying, we think it is. If you say you have a policy now that exists with respect to these weapons, we want it codified so that it is in the public record somewhere, that it is transparent. And of course, we can hold folks accountable with respect to that policy. So thank you, Councilor Arroyo, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Councilor Campbell. The chair recognizes Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So probably the most impactful statement that I heard at the working session was when Superintendent McGoldrick said that on all his years on the force, he's only seen the impact projectiles used once. That was on May 31st of this year when there were riots going on. So that being said, I don't think there's a big rush to get into banning these weapons, or even mandating the police wait 5 minutes before something's happening on the streets. 5 minutes is a long time. People can die. I think this seems like a council that's more hell bent on protecting Chad and Brad coming up from Pennsylvania, that wants to come up and tear up my streets. That's what it looked like. When will this council ban Antifa from bringing frozen bottles and bricks to throw at my police. So it's just, we don't want police going in there totally without the tools that they can use. I mean, there are people shooting guns at them and shooting fireworks at them all night long. I think we're trying to put our police at a disadvantage, and I think it's not right. So I will be voting no on this one also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. The chair recognizes Councillor Sabi George.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to the makers for their work. And I listened in and learned quite a bit at all of the sessions and tried to do my very best to simply learn from what was presented before us. I worry that the restriction and the significant restriction on the use of both the kinetics and the chemical agents will put our city at a potential for a great deal of escalation of any particular event. I will be voting no on this today. I think that when we think about the resources and the tools that our police officers have at their access, that we are removing some of them. Although this isn't a ban, I appreciate and understand that this is not a ban. It is a significant restriction. And in moments of great crisis and great chaos, to be mandating the minutes and the times and the types of announcement really create significant safety concerns for me. And I think, as was mentioned pretty extensively in the last session, open us up as a city, quite literally, to some great liabilities. I do think that this ordinance has some significant potential, and it is for sure that we need to codify certain uses of these tools and these weapons, but this is not the way that I believe we should be doing it. So today I will be voting no. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I know I've talked about the mattress address, but have I talked to you guys about the mounted unit? I brought it up at the working session, and I'm going to reiterate it again today. I feel strongly that we, particularly as a council and as a city, we focus our efforts on de-escalation and de-escalating techniques and crowds, that we should be exploring reinstituting a mounted unit as another means of proven crowd control, particularly in an effort to get de-escalation. One horse can crowd control 1,000 people. So love to engage the discussion. I know this isn't what we're talking about here, but it is sort of part of what we need to do. Is we need to continue to talk about de-escalation techniques, and the fact that we gave away the mounted unit when we had a deal with Allendale Farm for $1 to keep the horses. And I think if you talk to the men and women that were part of the mounted unit, they'll tell you firsthand as to the role that they played in de-escalation, as well as crowd control during parades and festivities and protests. So that's my opine on the mounted unit, and would love to engage the commissioner and others in the discussion. But particularly as it pertains to this, I do have concerns that the ordinance as written is inflexible and difficult to operationalize in real time. Things happen, every situation is different. I think we have a responsibility to ensure that our police department, the trained professionals that we put in charge here to have the professional experience, as well as they are the closest proximity to the crowd. We want to make sure they have the ability to protect themselves, protect public safety. We're balancing First Amendment with public safety issues in an effort to prevent any violence or ongoing violence to continue. I'd have the expression, I'd rather be looking at it than looking for it. And so I know there was additional concerns about some of the language that was brought out in the working session that clearly restricted individuals from personally being able to use their pepper spray, et cetera. But at the end of the day, I've got concerns about tying the hands of our officers during a difficult situation. I also want to just draw everyone's attention to the pending police reform bill up at Beacon Hill that does address crowd control and also places a real focus on de-escalation and a crowd control framework that I know that our commissioner responded. I think he wrote a letter in response to it, but that those are also his direct words. And again, quote, without assuming the capacity to make operational decisions for a dynamic environment. So I think that everyone's on the right train of thought is, how do we de-escalate? What techniques can we use to control the crowd and prevent violence? I just think that as written, this creates just a little too much inflexibility. But that said, look forward to working with the lead sponsor and the department to try to create something that is more flexible. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much for that, Councilor Flaherty, and the importance of de-escalation and keeping, I want to just point out, it's important that we're keeping everyone safe. There isn't, we got to keep our officers safe or the crowd safe. The goal really is for us to make sure our officers are certainly safe, as well as the crowd, whatever it is, whether it's a celebratory crowd, whether it's a protest crowd, that's the goal, that we want to do both. I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the committee, and if there's no other discussion, then we will move forward with the vote. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to address some of the questions, concerns from some of my colleagues and for the public. First, as we mentioned, mutual aid and the concerns about whether other officers coming in to assist Boston City officers. Currently, we already have stricter gun control methods than other cities. We also have different standards for how we comport ourselves. So that is not unfamiliar to our officers or officers coming into Boston to assist on our streets. We also, in terms of the liability, that was actually discussed during the working session, and the concerns, as I think it was Attorney Feuer mentioned that there has not been a flurry of lawsuits right now under the current non-restrictive assets or aspects or rules that we have right now. And in short, that he did not predict a huge amount of lawsuits coming out of this. Actually, if anything, the fact that we're putting in restrictions demonstrates our good faith and probably the more reasonableness and likelihood of reasonable use of these things going forward. The other concerns about other people coming into and doing criminal acts, throwing bottles, so on and so forth. I just want to remind everyone that is already illegal and banned activity. As far as the mounted unit and other resources or suggestions for other forms of de-escalation, that is all still possible. As in, you could pass restrictions today and bring back the horses tomorrow as we continue, which I think is going to be a long-term conversation about how we control crowds and de-escalate people from overreacting. This is not, because we are the city of Boston, we attract those crowds, as we all know. We attract them when there's vibrations of a certain act or incident of pain point that gets national attention. When people want to say something in Massachusetts, they come to Boston to say it. That's been that way since we started, well, essentially the revolution. So this is not an unfamiliar thing for us, and that's what and therefore I'm trying to explain. We are going to have this conversation again and again and again. And that's why some restrictions today isn't an absolute complete finish of the sentence. And I would encourage our colleagues to file those additional things in the new year, but not to avoid this conversation today. I just want to reiterate the incredibly powerful testimony that came from Councillor Braden. I don't know, it impacted me. I had only been to Ireland only with my dear friend, Councillor Baker, last year. And to hear about the troubles, to hear about that strife, to understand the pain point, and then for her, Councillor Braden, coming from that, seeing that, saying she would have banned it outright. As her colleague, I hear her pain and I hear her understanding of what people have suffered from. And that's it truly impacted me more than any other testimony, than any of the good protesters, than the ACLU, than anybody else was hearing from my colleague who said she would have banned this because she's seen what it can do and how the plastic bullet, I think she said, was invented to be used on Irish people. That was powerful to me enough that I follow her heart on this moment. And that's why I think restrictions, not bans, are fair. I also want to know that, yes, there's state law that is still pending, but again, it sets the floor. Boston can go higher than that. And finally, I'd like to say to my colleagues, I think this is a moment also for us to reflect. This was not for, if this does not pass today, or if it is vetoed tomorrow by the mayor, it is not for lack of effort on our part to try and get something done. A hearing and 2 working sessions that include the majority of us and central staff, we were there trying to do this. And so my concern is the message that we're sending to any department when we're trying to change or do something. Avoid coming, say nothing, offer no solutions, offer no language. and the city council won't pass it. If anything, this is a point for us to say we will get business done, and the business that has been proposed will be before us, and we will make those tough votes. But you also need to come to the table. Even if you disagree, come with language that helps to define this. I specifically said, this is likely to come to a vote. This is likely to come to a head. Do you have anything? We encourage you, we implore you to provide something. So for my good friend, Commissioner Gross, to say that we're not ready or this doesn't do at this particular late hour is extremely frustrating. Again, even just putting in their own policies would have been, we felt, a compromise for them to codify what they do already, that they believe, and what we have seen they've done successfully, at least put that into the law. So we have done the work, my dear colleagues, we have done the conversation, we have gone back and forth. And so that is why I'm again asking that we pass this. And the 3 months before it becomes implemented is honestly an opportunity for us to sit, talk, understand, learn, and for the police to say what is or isn't practical. That's actually more of a throw to them, because again, they didn't come with any of those suggestions. So I've said my piece, and I recommend pass it.
Thank you so much, Councillor Edwards. As we wrap up discussion, I just want to make sure that we hear from Councillor Bach, who would like to jump in, and then we will move to have the vote. Councillor Bach?
Thank you so much, Madam President. And I'm sorry to follow, because I think Councillor Edwards summarized the points very well. But I just felt that I wanted to add my voice and say, I'm a bit of a fundamentalist on this. I think that if it's not in the Geneva Convention, it shouldn't be in our city. I think we heard at the hearing that it's only been used once in 30 years. I'm 31, and I happened to be on the Common that night helping some young people find their way home after the T was precipitously closed on them. And some of this drifted over and got in my eyes. I would like that to be not a thing that happens to me or others again. And I think it's hard. I think there's a fiction that we're always like reaching for about kind of the tool that ends the confrontation, right? The tool that sort of resolves the issue. And I think the reality is, you see different policing norms in different countries, and there is no magical tool like that. That's why you have to do the difficult work of de-escalation and thinking about operationally how people are deployed. And just, I think that to me, the reason to have this conversation when we've just had one recent use of this, when, as many colleagues have pointed to, this is not being frequently used by the department, is that sometimes when you're at that first use in a long while, you stand at the edge of this point where the question is the direction going to go not again for 30 years, or is the direction going to go again next year, and then twice the year after that, and then 3 times the year after that? And I think what was relevant to me about what Councillor Braden was pointing to was the fact that those norms about what it's okay to use and what it's okay to use against a civilian population, I think those norms can really slip in ways that are then hard to put back in the bottle. And so to me, I think that there are ways to support our police force in good and responsible policing without having this in the mix. And I think that the restrictions being proposed today are reasonable ones. So I'll be voting in favor. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bach, and many thanks to everyone for offering their comments, and more important, for your work on this important piece of legislation. Seeing and hearing no other discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on docket 0811?
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 0811 in a new draft. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
No.
Councilor Baker, no. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
No.
Councilor Asabi George, no. Councilor Flaherty.
No.
Councilor Flaherty, no. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
No.
Counselor O'Malley, no. Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0811 has passed in a new draft.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to docket 1036. Madam Clerk, would you please read it into the record?
Certainly, thank you. Docket 1036, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $498,291 in the form of a grant for the First Responders Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act Cooperative Agreement, awarded by the U.S. Health and Human Services to be administered by the Fire Department. The grant will fund a collaborative effort between Boston Fire Department, first responders, the Mayor's Office of Recovery Services, the Boston Public Health Commission, and community-based organizations to improve the city's response to opioid overdoses. This is year 3 of a 4-year grant.
Thank you so much. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo, Chair of the Committee on Public Health. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Committee on Public Health has referred the following docket for consideration, docket 1036. This matter was sponsored by Mayor Martin J. Walsh and was referred to the committee on October 7th. A public hearing was held on Monday, December 20th. Iman Miller, Lieutenant Patrick Hayes, and Kathleen Judge from the Boston Fire Department testified on behalf of the administration. Docket 1036 is an accept and expend order for a grant from the First Responders Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act cooperative agreement awarded by the U.S. Health and Human Services to be administered by the Boston Fire Department. The grant, currently in year 3 of 4, would fund a collaborative effort among Boston Fire Department, first responders, the Mayor's Office of Recovery Services, and the Boston Public Health Commission and community-based organizations to improve the city's response to opiate overdoses. It was explained at the hearing that the 3 mandates for the grant include increasing access to recovery services for families and individuals suffering from substance use disorder, providing and distributing Narcan to first responder partners, and enhancing collaboration and coordination with other city agencies and organizations in the substance use and recovery space. It was shared that the Boston Fire Department is the only fire department across the country to have received this type of grant, which highlights the extent of collaboration in Boston, as public safety agencies often take on a piece of the public health response to the opioid epidemic. The committee discussed the grant's contribution to Narcan distribution across public safety agencies and city buildings, and the grant's contributions to programs including AHOPE, Knock and Talk, Delta Card, and post-overdose response. Mr. Miller highlighted the grant's contributions to expanding the PATHS referral program through training recovery coaches. Other topics of conversation included administrative collaboration, use of grant money to support nonprofit partners, training for cultural competency and language access. Mr. Miller stated that under the grant, the Boston Fire Department submits annual progress reports to the granting agency and receives program evaluations. This grant will help the Boston Fire Department continue to work with other public safety and public health agencies to further improve collaboration and maximize substance use and recovery resources across the city. As the chair of the Committee on Public Health, I recommend moving the listed docket from the committee to the full council for discussion and formal action. And at that time, my recommendation to the full council will be that this matter ought to pass. And I'd also like to thank the councilors who were present at this hearing, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Anissa Sabi George, and I believe we were joined by Councilor Mejia. Thank you.
Yes, I was there. Councilor Mejia was there.
Thank you so much. Thank you that Councilor Mejia was there, and she is here with us here. Thank you for that report. Councilor Arroyo seeks passage of docket 1036. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Docket 1036, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Sabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes. Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1036 has passed with unanimous vote.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. If you could please read docket 0936, that would be great.
Thank you. Docket 0936, order for hearing to discuss issues to water and sewer infrastructure in the city of Boston.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we had a recent hearing on docket 0936 to discuss water and sewer infrastructure in the city of Boston. Panelists included John Sullivan, who's the chief engineer for the Boston Water and Sewer Commission, along with Christian Simonelli. We also talked about the Boston Groundwater Trust as well. The hearing was attended by Councilor Braden, Councilor Bach, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Sabi George, Councilor Campbell sent in a letter. In the hearing, John Sullivan, again, the chief engineer from Water and Sewer, gave a presentation about the work that the commission is doing to maintain water and sewer infrastructure and water safety. In particular, he spoke about Boston Water and Sewer Commission work in identifying and replacing lead pipes, and urged that if residents suspect that their house might have lead pipes, they can contact Water and Sewer for an inspection and can get up to $2,000 in credit for the cost of a pipe replacement. Mr. Sullivan also advised that to ensure that lead is not in the drinking water, residents should run their cold water faucets in the morning for 30 seconds to 2 minutes until the water feels cold prior to using the water for drinking or cooking. The only way to see whether your drinking water has lead or not is to send it to a state laboratory for testing, which would cost around $50. This is important to know if your children at home are uncertain if your pipes are made of lead. We also received testimony from residents regarding private alleys and sewers, where property owners are responsible for the maintenance of these alleys and sewers. However, the cost of maintenance and repair for private alleys and sewer lines can be expensive, as well as a point of confusion and contention. There were a lot of concerns on this from residents, and John Sullivan discussed the betterment policy for residents with private alleys open to public travel who wish to connect their private sewers to Boston Water and Sewer systems. Christian Simonelli, the executive director of the trust, Groundwater Trust, also spoke about his work on and the importance of maintaining our groundwater levels that submerge the wood pilings beneath foundations in many parts of the city, which is critical in preventing the wood pilings from rotting. Councils also asked about green infrastructure and how water and sewer will adapt to this issue as well, utilizing stormwater and how water and sewer can help the city adapt to climate change. Reliable and safe water and sewer infrastructure is at the very foundation of the basic city services that a local government must provide to its residents. It is important that we maintain the integrity of this infrastructure. I plan to keep this committee in, I plan to keep this in committee and will refile it for next year. I want to thank my colleagues and Mr. Simonelli and Mr. Sullivan for attending and for the great feedback we also got from residents. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Councilor Flynn, and welcome Margot, who has joined us in this meeting. Docket 0936 will be placed on file, and we'll move on to docket 1101. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 1101, an order for hearing regarding a city-level conservation corps for Boston.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor O'Malley, who is the chair of our Committee on Environment, Resiliency, and Parks. Councilor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We had a tremendous hearing yesterday. I want to thank Councilor Kenzie Bach. This is her brainchild, something that there was universal support for, really looking to see this idea being further fleshed out and implemented. I believe that she will be refiling it next year and eagerly look forward to continuing the work, and happy to turn the floor over to the lead sponsor if she has any words, but otherwise want to thank all participants from the mayor's office, as well as some great advocates who have just been excited about this potential for a great idea. Thank you.
Councillor Bach, did you want to say just something briefly?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very brief and just thank the chair, and yes, thank the administration and all of the advocates who came, and really folks who are running exemplary programs in this space. I think it was a great opportunity to think about what we're doing in the city that we could scale up and how we could sort of connect the pieces of a pipeline such that we're really using our city work to build the jobs of the future in this space for our Boston residents. And in the meantime, dealing with commitments that we've made in our climate action plans that can only be made by doing this kind of work at scale, whether it's green infrastructure, as Councillor Flynn alluded to in his mention of the water and sewer hearing, or building retrofits, or urban forestry, and really changing the scale at which we operate there. So really appreciated all the councilors who came. And as the chair said, I'll definitely be refiling and digging in on the operational side in the new year. So thank you. And thanks also to, again, I said this when I introduced the matter, but to Councilors O'Malley and Wu, who filed the Green New Deal resolution in this council, and something, and have really pushed the sort of concept within which this is one piece. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your leadership on this, and thank you for that report. Docket 1101 will be placed on file. We'll now move on. Madam Clerk, if you could read the next 4 dockets. They're all grants. They are docket 0999, docket 1066, 1095, and 1141. We'll read those together.
Thank you so much. Docket 0999, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $2 million in the form of a grant for the FY 2020 Securing the Cities program, awarded by the United States Department of Homeland Security to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund the development of Metro Boston Securing the City's radiological and nuclear threat response initiatives, which includes the opening of a regional office and the creation of a regional task force. Docket number 1066, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $397,057.92 in the form of a grant for the assistance to the firefighter grant COVID-19 supplemental, awarded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency to be administered by the Fire Department. The grant will fund the purchase of PPE and related supplies, including reimbursements to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus. Docket number 1095, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $457,671.85 in the form of a grant for the FY21 State 911 Training Grant, awarded by the Mass Executive Office of Public Safety and Security to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund the training and certification of enhancement 911 telecommunication. And docket number 1141, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $300,000 in the form of a grant for the FY21 Burn State Justice Assistance, known as the JAG grant, awarded by the United States Department of Justice, passed through the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory to be administered through the Boston Police Department. The grant will fund Operation ShotStopper, a partnership between BPD, Youth Violence Strike Force, and the Mass State Police Gang Unit. The initiative will focus on suppressing nonviolence, targeting violent impact players, and patrolling the hotspots. Partnership will develop and document intelligence and enhance community trust.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I'm going to call upon Councillor Campbell, who's chair of our Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice. She'll speak to all 4 dockets, and then we'll vote on them individually. Councillor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And for point of clarification, there are only 3 dockets we're actually going to bring forward today, and the 4th will remain in committee.
And
So-
just, could you please clarify that one?
Of course, yeah. In the committee report, there is docket 0999, docket 1066, and docket 1095. I will
Thank
speak
you.
to all 3 in the.
Counselor, it was already on the agenda. That's why
Oh, no, exactly. That's right.
just, yeah, thank you.
That's fine. So you're recommending something for those 3 dockets, and then you'll have a recommendation for the 4th docket as you give your report, Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell, please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice held a committee hearing yesterday on these dockets, all of which were sponsored by the mayor and referred to the committee. The docket 0999, it was referred to the committee on September 23rd. Docket 1066 was referred to the committee on October 28th, and docket 1095 was referred to the committee on November 18th. The 4th docket, which is, I think I have the numbers.
1141.
Docket 03, wait a minute, let me just make sure I have mine.
1141. 1141, the Burn Grant.
Yes, 1141 will remain in the committee. So I will speak to the other 3. I want to thank you both. I want to thank Councilors Mejia, Flynn, Flaherty, Asabi, George, and Councilor Braden for joining the hearing and being a part of the discussion. Docket 0999 is an order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend $2 million. It's awarded by the United States Department of Homeland Security, administered by our police department. The grant funds the development of the Metro Boston securing the city's radiological and nuclear threat response initiative, which includes the opening of a regional office and the creation of a regional task force. Captain Connolly came and spoke at length that this grant will help provide equipment, training, and planning to develop a robust regional program for the detection of radiological and nuclear material. He explained, of course, that within Greater Boston, several thousand law enforcement officers will be trained and equipped to detect material that could be used to make a radiological dispersal provider and improvised nuclear weapon, of course, also known as a dirty bomb. Captain Connolly also stated that because Boston is a port city, we are more vulnerable to these kinds of attacks, and that is important to cover the region with nuclear detection capability to enhance public safety. The grant will also help begin phase 1 of this detection program, creating a regional program management office, develop several committees composed of regional law enforcement representatives from surrounding cities and towns, and fund and finance program management staff. Docket 1066 is an order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend $397,057.92. This is administered by the fire department. The grant will fund the purchase of PPE and related supplies. And it's actually a reimbursement grant, so we were actually lucky to get it. And it's to prevent and prepare for and respond to, of course, the coronavirus pandemic. Kathleen Judge, who is the Deputy Commissioner of Administration and Finance at the Fire Department, came and provided testimony on behalf of the administration. And she stated, of course, that this assistance to firefighters is critically important. It's a supplemental grant that will reimburse the costs of the fire department's pandemic-related supply needs, including the cost of separators, eye protection, foot covers, gloves, face mask, and hand soap, all of which are critically important to our fire department during the midst of the pandemic. And lastly, docket 1095 is an order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend $457,671.85. It is going to be administered by the police department. The fund is to train and certify. Actually, I should stop. The grant would fund the training and certification of enhanced 911 telecommunications staffers. Christopher Makunis, who's the Director of Quality and Assurance at the Police Department, provided testimony on behalf of the administration. Of course, he has been doing incredible work with respect to our 911 operations and came to talk about this grant, which is an annual grant awarded to the City of Boston It's divided between the fire department, the police department, and EMS to help defray the cost of training and professional development for 911 telecommunicators and dispatchers. There are about 100 telecommunicators and dispatchers in the police department who will all be trained through the grant. He explained that the Commonwealth requires each telecommunicator to attend 16 hours of continuing education in order to keep their certification. The grant covers the costs associated with all types of training, including in-house training on rules and regulations, quality assurance, of course, assisting those who are contemplating suicide, stress and mental health as well, and the stress and mental health of our employees. Critical resources. As chair of the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, I recommend that these 3 dockets ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. And docket 1141, you're recommending stay in committee?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. We're going to vote on each docket separately. Councilor Campbell, who's chair of the committee, recommends passage of dockets, and I want to make sure we get them right.
0936.
Yep, I have 0999, 1066, and 1095. Yes. Those are the 3 dockets that we're discussing.
Docket 0999.
1066, and 1095. Okay? Madam Clerk, we'll do them separately. Could you call a roll on each? Starting with 0999.
Docket 0999. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0999 has passed unanimously.
Thank you so much. Can you please go on to docket 1066?
Certainly. Docket 1066. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker.
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1066 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much. And the last docket 1095, roll call, please.
Docket 1095. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1095 has passed unanimously.
Thank you so much. And docket 1141 will remain incomplete. At the request of the chair, we'll now move on to docket 0323. Madam Clerk, could you please read it into the record?
Certainly. Docket 0323, order for hearing to explore and recommend diversity initiatives for the City of Boston public safety agencies.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Campbell, who is chair of our committee on public safety and criminal justice.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I also want to thank Councilors Mejia, Braden, Flaherty, and Flynn for joining the hearing, and all the folks from the administration who attended, including folks from the fire department, our commissioner, as well as folks from the police department, Michael Gaskin, Chief Hooley, Chief Tavares, and so many more. They came and brought their full staff, which was really incredible. And we got to hear updates on the various things they are doing to try to expand the diversity of our police department, our fire department, and EMS. Obviously, right now, given the conversation on police reform, we're often just talking about the lack of diversity and how we need to do better in our police department. But this is an issue that affects all of our public safety agencies. And we know that it is critical that our agencies reflect the demographics of the city of Boston, which is predominantly women and people of color. And yet our departments are overwhelmingly white. We got updates on the numbers and they still remain overwhelmingly white, not just at the low ranking positions, but also at the top tier levels. It's still predominantly white male. And so there's still much work to do, and all of us agreed to that point. This is not just critically important to ensure that we build greater trust with community. When you have diverse public safety agencies, you usually are better able and better equipped to have the ability to build greater trust. There are numerous reports that speak to that, but these are also high-paying jobs that people want to have access to, and we know are critically important to closing any wealth gap that exists in the city of Boston. And the whole point of the hearing was to get an update on a report that I filed over 2 years ago, conversation starting early on the council, but also in 2018, in which we engaged through this committee a whole host of stakeholders, including our city employees, on ways in which we could reduce the barriers to expanding diversity in our departments. And what I discovered is there's still so much work to do. One, if we want to respond effectively to the problem, we have to be transparent about the scope of the problem. And so really pushing the department, and we have been asking for this for 2 years, to list on our public safety dashboard the numbers that currently exist of our sworn officers and technicians and firefighters on our public safety dashboard, so that anyone could go and see our current numbers, the number of men and women, and the numbers broken down by race and ethnicity, which currently is not available. We've been asking for this for 2 years. And so there was conversation yesterday about changing that. We also had an extensive conversation on civil service and pushing the city to conduct its own study, looking at the pros and cons of the civil service on our ability to hire and promote. And there are pros and cons to that system. Several municipalities in Massachusetts have reviewed their civil service relationship and made determinations that in order for them to enhance their diversity, they had to make some changes. That's critically important if we want our public safety agencies to be reflective of the demographics of the city of Boston. We passed some legislation earlier today around preference for our students. Every pathway is a good one, but that will not be enough to ensure that our departments and public safety agencies are not only more women, but more people of color, and reflective of the demographics of the city of Boston. We also talked about the importance of defining diversity across every department, the importance of shifting culture. This body engaged in a whole host of conversations around the importance of inclusivity, specifically in the context of the fire department. This applies to every department where we need to talk about the shift in culture as being critically important to the work of diversifying our departments. And we talked about racial equity training, which has yet to get underway. Years have gone by. And so really pushing the administration on these points. We've invested dollars here, but have yet to actually do the racial equity trainings in these departments. They said there's some movement there. So we're pushing to make that happen along with many other recommendations. And so it was a productive conversation. There's greater collaboration across the departments, which is phenomenal, and everyone agreed. They are working closely on anything and everything to try to change this. But I think that we have to sort of double down our efforts. Otherwise, we'll be talking about the same numbers a year, 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, which of course I don't think anyone wants, given how important it is to diversify these departments. So I'm asking that this docket remain in committee. We'll continue the conversation and look forward to working with all of my council colleagues on these pressing issues as well. So thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Docket 0323 will remain in committee, and we'll move on to docket 1125.
It has to be
placed
on file. There is no committee. I'm sorry.
Placed on file, and we'll move on to docket 1125. Madam Clerk.
Docket number 1125, order for a hearing to discuss COVID-19 rates by neighborhoods and strategies to reduce transmission.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes the chair of the Public Health Committee, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try and keep this short. Docket number 1125, in order for a hearing to discuss COVID-19 rates by neighborhood and strategies to reduce transmission, was held yesterday. It was a very informative hearing on COVID-19 rates. And the city's plans and strategies to reduce transmission and ensure that testing is accessible and equitable. We were joined by members of the administration, including Chief Marty Martinez from the Mayor's Office of Health and Human Services and an interim executive of the Boston Public Health Commission, Rita Nieves. They were able to give us a presentation on the city's strategy to reduce transmission in the city and ensure that testing resources are deployed to the neighborhoods with the highest positive rates. We were also joined by Manny Lopes, CEO of the East Boston Neighborhood Health Center, Guale Valdez from the Mattapan Neighborhood Community Health Center, and Sam Scarpino, Associate Professor of Northeastern University. Our community health centers provided us with an update on the services that they have continued to provide since the beginning of the pandemic, while Mr. Scarpino was able to explain some of the concerning data trends at the city, state, and federal levels, and which ways in which we can really dig into the data that we are both receiving and data that we should be receiving. I'd like to thank Councilors Bach, Flynn, Mejia, Asabi George, Campbell, Braden, O'Malley, and Council President Janey for joining us for this hearing. I know that we have another hearing that I believe will come up early in the next year regarding the COVID-19 vaccine, and that will tie in with a lot of the other things we heard last night from the administration, our community health centers, and epidemiologists. So I look forward to continuing this conversation. The pandemic is not something that is going away, obviously, anytime soon, and we need to make sure that we are providing our residents with the resources they need to stay healthy and safe, and ensure that we are equitable with how we do that. And I think this hearing helped lay out some of the short-term goals in making that so. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that report, Councilor Arroyo. Docket 1125 will be placed on file. We'll move on to motions, orders, and resolutions, starting with docket 1158. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 1158, Councilors Braden and Edwards offer the following resolution, urging fair and full employment opportunities at Amazon.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. May I request to substitute an updated version of this the resolution language? It's prepared and ready to be sent over.
Yes, seeing and hearing no objections, we will entertain that substitute language, and colleagues, please check your inbox.
I would also like to request to suspend Rule 12 to add Councillor Flaherty as an original co-sponsor.
Again, seeing and hearing no objections, Councillor Flaherty has been added.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you wish me to go forward?
Yes, please continue with your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to an increased profit for e-commerce giant Amazon, and Amazon is seeking to expand and establish over 1,000 operation warehouses and last mile distribution centers, the warehouses and across the country, and also last mile distribution centers. Existing e-commerce delivery options set community standards for sustaining wages, benefits, and good careers. When Walmart sought to expand into Boston in 2012, our City Council passed a resolution encouraging Walmart to meet with community members, including United Food and Commercial Workers, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 103, Jobs with Justice, and the Urban League, and additional community organizations serving working people. Big retailers came to the table to set fair and equitable employment standards in our city. However, Amazon does not currently conform to Boston's standards for wages, benefits, and working conditions. Our Attorney General at Maura Healey is also suing Uber and Lyft over their classification of workers as independent contractors. At the same time, Amazon similarly relies on a workforce of independent contractors to serve the needs of their delivery operations while making large profits without providing livable wages. If Amazon seeks to continue to expand into Boston, we must tell them to come to the table and work towards guaranteeing sustainable growth for the city and helping to ensure that fair and equitable employment standards are maintained for all e-commerce delivery networks. I also want to thank my co-sponsors, Councillor Edwards and Councillor Flaherty, for joining me in this resolution.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you so much, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Councillor Braden for her leadership in this. And I am excited to join this because, like many of our resolutions, statement of our values. While it may not be binding on any particular entity or company, it is clearly stating that whoever would like to come to Boston, this is important to us. These are our values, and this is how, if you want to respect our city, you will approach our city. The fact is, Amazon is an expanding, growing, large company, and any city would want to have and see more job opportunities if they're truly opportunities. We want for them to be truly opportunities. Here, you're going to pay your workers the living wage and ideally meet the standards of a local union. And if you are confused about who they are, why don't you come and meet with us and talk to us and get to know us? That's what we're urging Amazon to do, to come to the table. We'll let you know how Boston rolls. You're not going to come in and roll over Boston. I was in the room when we discussed Walmart coming in here. I was an activist. I was at a worker center. I recall sitting in a whole circle, including Jobs with Justice. And I was not on the city council at the time, but when the city council produced that, and several activists also said, we don't support a company coming in here to do wrong by us. Walmart didn't come. Now, I'm not trying to say we don't want you here, Amazon. We just want you here and for you to rise to the occasion. Your workers are employees, not independent contractors. You need to pay the workers comp. You need to pay them the minimum wage. You need to pay them overtime. And you also should have a benefit retirement package for them because drivers work hard. Drivers drive around the United States delivering products, and oftentimes to the exclusion of our small businesses who can't get into those streamlines. You're able to compete against some of our local businesses, so you better pay and pay competitive wages to those workers. I also want to be very clear, the amended version is to make sure that we believe in second chances and we believe in all people having access to jobs. So we don't want you to exclude or to prevent people who may have a quarry from being at all involved or part of this wonderful opportunity. You could be a partner is what we're trying to say, but these are the standards of Boston, and we hope you'll comply to them. Would love nothing more than to sit down and talk with you, my colleagues. I'm sure the mayor, our Office of Workforce Development, local neighborhood groups, as well as our unions. I don't know how else to say this, but welcome to Boston and do right by us.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. The chair recognizes Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank my colleagues, Councilor Braden and Councilor Edwards, for adding me as an original co-sponsor. I echo many of their remarks and reiterate also as a former Teamster who still maintains his CDL, his commercial driver's license, partly in case the voters get sick of me, but also because it's sort of pride of ownership and how hard it took to work. And as a 10-year Teamster that helped get me through college and law school, that's something I value and treasure. And so I feel strongly, obviously, that we as a city should be inviting businesses to come to Boston, but we obviously need to make sure that those businesses are meeting with local residents and community leaders and organizations to ensure that they're going to be good neighbors. They're going to have fair wages and high employment standards. And particularly in this instance, and I'm speaking specifically to, having been a Teamster, just your CDL, I'm seeing more Amazon vehicles, more so than I see UPS and postal trucks and DHL and tractor trailers, straight jobs, cubes, trucks, vans, and as well as their warehouse activity, the hoisting and the forklift licenses. A lot of those jobs require specific training and understanding how to operate that equipment, whether it's a tractor trailer or a heavy vehicle and or devices in machinery in the warehouses. So it's imperative that residents get that specific type of training, those certifications. And so that's what I'd really be looking for. So I support my colleagues' efforts here and encourage all of my colleagues to sign on. And this isn't sort of an anti anything. It's just really, hey, if you're looking to come to Boston, then, we sort of set a high bar in terms of what it's going to take to kind of come into a specific community. And there's certain neighbors and residents and organizations and groups that you need to meet with and explain who you are and what you're all about. And more importantly, the worker deserves to be respected and to have a good living wage with benefits and healthcare and standards, particularly around training as they're operating vehicles and heavy equipment, et cetera. So sign me up and I look forward to an expedited hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I assume these three makers are requesting suspension of the rules and adoption of this right now. Great. Seeing no
Yes,
more discussion, a show of physical hands for those who would like to add their name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Flynn, Councilor Asabi George, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Baker, Councilor Campbell, Councilor Bach, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Wu, Councilor Arroyo, and the chair. I think I got everyone there. Councilors Braden, Edwards, and Flaherty seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 1158. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1158 has been adopted unanimously.
Thank you so much. Good job there. We'll move on to docket 1159, Madam Clerk.
Docket 1159, Councilor Flynn offered the following resolution in support of Revere Hotel workers and support of a statewide right to recall for the Boston hotel workers.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, may I add Councilor Bach and Councilor O'Malley as original co-sponsors?
12.
Yes. Seeing and hearing no objections to suspending Rule 12, both have been added.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Revere Hotel recently laid off more than 100 of its furloughed workers, offering little severance for decades of service in some instances. So I'm filing this resolution in support of these workers. This is the third resolution that this body has filed recently in support of hotel workers being laid off. The first one was with Council Bach when the Four Seasons laid off a large number of its employees back in May. The second one was the Marriott Copley Place Hotel. The hospitality industry is the third largest in the city, which employs tens of thousands of local residents. These hospitality jobs pay, good wages, benefits, and a clear path to the middle class, many Black and brown hotel workers, including immigrants and women. These jobs have allowed many residents to achieve first generational wealth, buy a home, raise a family, and stay in the city. These hotel layoffs are likely to happen again in the months to come. And without government intervention, COVID-19 could potentially be used as a reason for employers to enact a massive campaign of dislocation of Black and brown residents from their jobs. I also have a lot of residents from my community in South Boston that work in the hotels as well. As we are now in the Christmas and holiday season, and also in the middle of both a public health and economic crisis that has disproportionately impacted communities of color, it is unconscionable for me, to me that these hotels, Four Seasons, Copley Marriott, now the Revere Hotel, which is in the Bay Village, showed such blatant disrespect in offering little or no severance to his workers. Again, many who are immigrants and women, decades of service. The same hotels and these large corporations report tens of millions of dollars in profit. It was also reported that the Revere Hotel offered no severance to its workers. So I'm asking them to show some compassion this Christmas season and reverse course like the Four Seasons did earlier. They're being a Grinch during this Christmas. Our hotel workers are a critical part of the city's economic engine. I'm proud to stand with them, whether they're a union hotel or a non-union hotel. It's critical that we also continue to advocate for a right to recall for our workers so that we ensure that these good hospitality jobs continue to provide a path to the middle class, as well as an opportunity to build wealth and prosperity for our residents and families. So aside from showing our support as a body for the Revere Hotel workers and their demand for a better severance package and respect, this resolution also calls for a statewide right to recall legislation that would allow employees to be recalled to their jobs within 2 years of being laid off when the new positions are open. I hope that we can suspend and pass this resolution today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And thank you to my colleague, Councillor Flynn, and to Councillor O'Malley for co-sponsoring this. The Revere Hotel is personal to me, as Councillor Flynn referenced. It's at the edge of Bay Village. So it's a hotel that I have grown up going to meetings in and meals in. And it's not a hotel that I would go back to given this behavior. I think that it's just, we're going to be in such a rebuilding phase after this pandemic. And there are so many deep inequalities of our society that have been laid bare that we need to be like trying to redress. And instead, action like this runs the real risk of doubling down on those. And I think that that the idea, it's one thing. I represent an area with a lot of hotels. We all know the hospitality industry is totally crippled by this moment. And it's really hard for workers to be furloughed. It's really hard for workers to be laid off. We understand that, our hotels, like our restaurants, like so many of our sectors, should be getting a federal bailout that has not come. But I just want to be very clear that there's a real difference between what you might be forced to do financially as a hotel in this moment, and then the commitments that you're going to make going forward. And the idea that you would use this moment to then be able to convert after the fact to less expensive workers, less expensive because they don't have the long tenure and experience, frankly, serving your customers, I just think is wrong. And I think that unfortunately, you know, we have a very strong hotel union in this city that negotiated, you know, with hotels across the city for a 1-year right to recall, like in their standard contract. Nobody anticipated a situation like COVID-19, where we're very likely to lap that 1-year mark for even our union hotels in the city. And then you've got the fact that you've got non-union hotels, actually like many of the ones, right, that we're talking about, where there's no protections like this. So I think this would be a common sense protection. Down in Providence, the right to recall language is something that their city council has enacted. If we could enact it, I would be here with Councillor Flynn and Councillor O'Malley asking you for that today. Unfortunately, the way it works here in Massachusetts, we need this to be state level action. But I think at a minimum, this council needs to be calling for that action, because it's only right, it's only fair to our hotel workers that their jobs be protected for them when this nightmare is over. And I think that is really the least that the industry can do. So calling us to pass this today, and in the meantime for the Revere Hotel to rethink its actions and do right by these workers. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bach. The chair recognizes Councillor O'Malley. Councillor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, of course, Councillor Bach, and particularly Councillor Flynn, for your leadership in this and allowing me to partner. Obviously, the Revere Hotel is not in my district, but it is a place that I know quite well. And I asked to have my name added because it just underscores such an important fact as we think about the essential employees who have been doing such incredibly difficult and profoundly important jobs over the last 8 months and will continue to do so. You know, many of obviously, if you work in a hotel, you don't have the opportunity to work from home, as many of us have been lucky enough to do. And just the fact that these individuals have been going out under dire circumstances, under incredibly difficult circumstances, we need to stand with them, and to see some of these decisions made at the managerial level in hotels and other larger businesses. It's just abhorrent, and we need to stand firm with our brothers and sisters who are doing these incredible jobs. So obviously, I'm delighted to be a part of this. And then similarly, the right to recall is something that we need to do, and we need to pursue, and we need to collectively use our voice to make sure that Massachusetts adopts some real effective right to recall legislation in the year ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So proud of the way this council stands up for workers. Show of physical hands for those who want to add their names to this resolution. Madam Clerk, could you please add Councillor Edwards, Councillor Braden, Councillor Wu, Councillor Baker, Councillor Arroyo, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Sabi George, Councillor Campbell. Please also add the chair. Councillors Flynn, Bach, and O'Malley seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 1159. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Docket 1159, Councillor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councillor Arroyo, yes. Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Councillor Baker, yes. Councillor Bach.
Yes.
Councillor Bach, yes. Councillor Braden.
Yes.
Councillor Braden, yes. Councillor Campbell.
Yes.
Councillor Campbell, yes. Councillor Edwards.
Yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes. Councillor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councillor Sabi George, yes. Councillor Flaherty.
Yes.
Flaherty, yes. Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn, yes. Councillor Janey.
Yes.
Councillor Janey, yes. Councillor Mejia.
Yes.
Councillor Mejia.
Sorry.
That's okay. Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley, yes. And Councillor Wu.
Yes.
Councillor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1159 has been adopted unanimously.
Thank you. Wonderful for that. We'll move on to docket 1160. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Docket 1160, Councilors Flynn and Flaherty offer the following resolution commemorating the 175th anniversary of the Great Famine.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, may I suspend Rule 12 and add Councilor Braden as the third original co-sponsor?
Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Braden has been added.
Thank you, Madam President. This year is the 175th anniversary of the Great Famine, also known as the Irish Potato Famine, or I'm going to try to pronounce it in Gaelic, An Gorta Mór. The Great Famine was a main reason for many Irish to flee as refugees to the United States during the mid-1800s. From 1845 to 1850, Ireland experienced a potato blight that devastated the country when its potato crop was destroyed by a strain of water mold. This led to massive starvation and suffering. Estimated that 1 million died from starvation and malnutrition-related diseases, and another million left as refugees. Even prior to the potato blight, many Irish faced discrimination and hardship at home, as they were prohibited from owning or leasing land, as well as voting or holding elective office because of their religion. Tenant farmers were also forced to pay rent to the landowners and export large quantities of food outside of Ireland. On account of these issues, many Irish refugees fled to the United States on overcrowded and poorly provisioned coffin ships to cities such as Boston, which is the largest and closest port to Europe, New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and many were suffering from famine-induced illness such as measles, tuberculosis, and other respiratory infections. It was estimated that over 50% of the total immigrants to the United States in 1850 were Irish. More than 175 years after the Great Famine, food insecurity, unfortunately, remains a critical issue in our country, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have seen the videos or Twitter, social media, elsewhere of drive-through food lines stretching several miles in cities all across the country. In an October report published by Feeding America, Massachusetts has seen the highest increase in percentage of residents facing food insecurity of all states, with more than 1 million people who are struggling to get enough food to eat. Children, immigrant families, as well as many Latinx, African American, Asian communities are disproportionately impacted. With this resolution, remembering the 175th anniversary of the Great Famine, we must not only remember the hardships that many Irish immigrants had to endure during the famine and living in poverty in America, but to also recommit ourselves as a city and country to those who are currently facing hunger during this public health crisis, this economic crisis as well. I hope that we can suspend and pass this resolution to remember the 175th anniversary and recommit ourselves to supporting families and people struggling with food insecurities during this pandemic and beyond. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Councilor Flynn. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I obviously want to thank Council Flynn and obviously Braden for their partnership on this resolution recognizing the 175th anniversary of the Great Famine, also known as the Irish Potato Famine, that led many of the Irish to flee Ireland, come to the United States, but more specifically, they came to our city. The Irish have had a great contribution here in Boston. And so to echo that remarks, we've seen near unprecedented food insecurity across the country as we've been struggling with COVID-19. It's also shed a light on some of the cracks in our public support systems and food relief programs. So we've seen so many people across Boston rally, many city departments, obviously the BPS food service workers, our nonprofits like Project Bread and Greater Boston Food Bank and many other nonprofits have stepped up to provide individuals and families with resources and meals that, and they should all be applauded and celebrated for their efforts. If there's one thing Boston does well, when our back's up against the wall, we look out for our neighbors, we care for those that don't have, and we in particularly, we're always looking out for our elderly and folks that struggle day to day. So that said, as the pandemic and also as the Irish Potato Famine remind us, events beyond our control can arise at any moment. So we need to make sure that we have systems in place, public support and governmental responses that are strong enough to provide meaningful and timely aid to all those in need. So thank you once again to Council Flynn and Braden for including me, and I look forward for a suspension and adoption.
Thank you so much, Councilor Flaherty. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I really appreciate my colleagues, Councillor Flynn and Councillor Flaherty, for leading on this resolution. The lesson I take away from reflecting on the tragedy of An Gortamór, the Great Hunger in Ireland in the 1840s, is that government action or inaction in a crisis has consequences. 1 million people died of starvation or disease, and millions more were displaced or migrated out of sheer desperation to get out in order to survive. It was a disaster that was compounded by the indifference and inaction of the British government of the day. And Ireland was at the time a net exporter of food. They were exporting shiploads of food while millions of people starved. Sadly, to bring it into a more modern context, I appreciate my colleagues talking about food insecurity here at home in the United States in this moment during the COVID crisis. But sadly, tenant farmers around the world face similar problems to those faced by Irish tenant farmers 175 years ago due to displacement and climate change. Our collective action can impact the lives of so many people. We need to help our food insecure neighbours here in Boston and in the United States, and we need to work together to address the global challenge of climate change, which is causing food insecurity and crop failures around the world on a global scale. So at this moment, as we remember the great loss of Ireland in the 1840s, I hope we commit ourselves to working to address climate change and food insecurity here in the United States and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Braden. Not seeing any other discussion. Show of physical hands who would like to add their name to this important resolution. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Edwards, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Baker, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Asabi George, Councilor Wu, Councilor Bach, Councilor Campbell. Please also add the chair. Did I get everyone? Thank you so much. Councilors Flynn, Flaherty, and Braden seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 1160. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Docket number 1160. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1160 has been adopted by a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, would you please read docket 1161?
Surely. Docket 1161, Councilor Flaherty offered the following order for a hearing to discuss Boston Water and Sewer Commission latest communication to residents about elevated lead levels in the city of Boston drinking water.
Thank you so much. This is the last docket under this section in our agenda, and Councilor Flaherty is not only an expert on the mattress address, but he's an expert on our council rules. So I know he knows that this docket cannot be assigned to a committee. We've already ended our legislative cycle yesterday, but it is a very important issue. So I did want to give him the courtesy of being able to speak to this docket. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Very good. Thank you, Madam President. And that's why I've made the tactical decision to ask you to have this matter placed on file. I filed a hearing so that the council could actually weigh in on a concern that we were getting all week from residents with respect to a recent communication from Boston Water and Sewer that provided property owners with their lead replacement incentive program, obviously, which covers up to $2,000 to eligible property owners. There was a survey done recently that had elevated lead levels, so they notified homeowners and ratepayers, and as a result of which, it's clear that everyone knows that the presence of lead in drinking water does not come from Boston's water distribution system, but rather the premise plumbing. Lead in the water is almost found in older homes, generally built before 1950s, which may have lead water service pipe and lead solder and old brass fixtures which contain lead. So Council Flynn had alluded to it earlier. He actually coincidentally had a hearing with Boston Water and Sewer around infrastructure issues. So we were able to sort of, again, tactfully weave in this issue during that hearing, and we got the answers that we needed. So it's important for property owners to know that there is a $2,000 eligible property rebate, but we also may want to look forward in the new year and to try to maybe create a fund, particularly for our seniors, elderly, fixed income seniors who own their property may not sort of have the wherewithal to do this. So that said, I wanted to make sure we were on record as recognizing that this is a potential issue. And I'm asking you as president, folks would like to sign on and go on record, that's great, but I'm asking you as president in our last meeting to just place the matter on file. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilor Flaherty. Seeing and hearing no discussion, a show of physical hands for those who would like to have their names added to this docket. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Flynn, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Braden, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Wu, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Sabi George, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Campbell, Councilor Baker, Councilor Bach. Please also add the chair. Docket 1161 will be placed on file. We'll now move on to our personnel orders. And we have several, Madam Clerk. So what I think I'll ask you to do is to get the dockets before us. We will obviously vote on each one separately.
Great.
So I see 1162 through 1172, and then I know we've got some files. Okay, we're almost there, folks. Madam Clerk.
Docket 1162, Councilor Janey for Councilor Mejia. Docket 1163, Councilor Janey for Councilor Mejia. Docket 1164, Councilor Janey for Councilor O'Malley. Docket 1165, Councilor Janey for Councilor O'Malley. Docket 1166, Councilor Janey for Councilor Arroyo. Docket 1167, Councilor Janey for Councilor Arroyo. Docket number 1168, Councilor Janey for Councilor Bach. Docket number 1169, Councilor Janey for Councilor Bach. Docket 1170, Councilor Janey for Councilor Wu. Docket 1171, Councilor Janey for Councilor Campbell. And 1172, Councilor Janey offers the following order for appointments.
Thank you so much. We will go back through and vote on each docket with a roll call vote separately, Madam Clerk, beginning with 1162. And if you wouldn't mind just taking us. Thank you.
Thank you. Docket number 1162, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Maureen, it looks like I just wrote, yes.
Yes.
Good,
Thank you.
thanks.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number
Also
116.
here, Madam President, sorry, or Madam Clerk.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry about that. Thanks.
Councilor Campbell.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And also
Councilor
me,
Campbell.
Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baker. Counselor
Yes.
Baker, yes. Madam President, docket number 1162 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1163, excuse me. Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1163 has received a unanimous vote. Docket number 1164, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach. Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley. Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1164 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1165, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
We have to get you roller skates, Madam President.
Thank you. Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1165 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1166, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1166 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1167, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty. Counselor Flaherty. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu,
Can
yes.
I be recorded in favor?
Counselor Flaherty?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Flaherty, yes. Madam President, docket number 1167 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1168, Counselor
God bless
Arroyo.
you, whoever that was.
Yes.
Oh, God bless everyone, not just that person. Sorry, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
This is on docket 1168. Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1168 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1169, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1169 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1170, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1170 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1171, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1171 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1172, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1172 has passed unanimously.
Whew. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We will now move on to, in our agenda, to late files. I believe there is another personnel order. We'll take that one first. There are two matters, just so that people are clear. There are two late file matters. One is a personnel order. We'll deal with that first. The second is a resolution being offered by Councilor Edwards. That resolution is being sent to your inbox so you all can see it. And Madam Clerk, when we get to that, she will read that into the record. But right now, I will entertain a motion to add these two late file matters to our agenda. We'll do that through a roll call vote.
All right. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. So the two late file matters are properly before the body, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The first one is the personnel order. Madam Clerk, can you get that before us?
Certainly. Oops. Councilor Janey for Councilor Wu.
Thank you so much. The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, the first late file matter, which is a personnel matter, passed unanimously.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to the second late file matter, which is a resolution by Councilor Edwards. Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to read the first whereas and the last, therefore it be resolved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sponsored by Councilor Lydia Edwards, a resolution honoring Matt Conti for his 12 years of service to the North End / waterfront community through community news. Whereas 2020 marks the 12th anniversary of the North End Waterfront.com, founded by Matt Conti of Boston's North End. And whereas Matt Conti will retire NorthEndWaterfront.com in January of 2021 after more than a decade of service to the North End community. Therefore be it resolved that the Boston City Council and meeting assembled does hereby recognize December 16, 2020 as Matt Conti Day in the city of Boston.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I wanted to end this meeting or produce this resolution. I meant to file it on time. I apologize, Madam President. What was always on time for sure was Matt Conti and his online newsletter, NorthEndWaterfront.com. When I was running, and as many of us have run before, getting in that newsletter and being online meant you were accessible to many of the residents of the North End. It is as important as any other print newspaper that I have seen in local news. It is like losing the Banner. It is like losing Eastie Times. And so that Matt is going to discontinue his work is devastating to a lot of us. as you all know, local news in general is hard to maintain, and he's done this as a labor of love, getting donations most likely to be able to continue the host site and to be able to get assistance every now and then. But he honestly did this because he loves the North End and he loves community, and that's often what this website was able to help create, enhance, and reflect. He was everywhere. He was at the community meetings. He was recording them before they were being recorded. This neighborhood had more transparency and understanding of what our conversations were because NorthEndWaterfront.com came with their cameras to record the meetings. It's a big deal that he did this really almost on his own. And I know many of the at-large city councilors have either been in the newsletter or have talked to the newsletter. And certainly a lot of our actions and what we've done have been in this online newsletter, and from the mayor to the president, but it was locals where it's at. And he shined a light on us. I don't think it's any small coincidence that he represents, or he comes from and reflects the neighborhood that Paul Revere also took off from to inform the rest of the state, country, to be country, that the British were coming. It's just his Paul Revere house is still there, and honestly, that's what Matt Conti was. He was our town crier, our town amplifier. And I will deeply, deeply miss him and his work and service. It's almost going to be impossible to replace him. I think what's also key is he showed how to have online and also local news combined in a real intimate way that very few outlets can do that. So it is with great, great sadness, but also wanted to just thank you so much, Matt, for all the work that you've done. That I declare, that the City of Council today declares, I guess, that this is Matt Conti Day in the City of Boston. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Councilor Edwards. Before we do a roll call vote to pass this resolution, I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to add their names. Show of physical hands, please. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Asabi George, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Campbell, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Bach, Councilor Baker, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Wu. Did I get everyone? Please also add the chair. Councilor Edwards seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter, which is a resolution. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. For the late file resolution, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, the second late file resolution from Councilor Edwards has passed unanimously, has been adopted unanimously, excuse me.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We will now move on to the green sheets. Any councilors who would like to remove an item may do so at this time. I believe there are a couple of folks who want to go ahead. I want to alert everyone, this is the time where you've got to have your inbox ready because these matters will be in your inbox. I'm going to start by calling upon Councilor Flynn, who will tell us what he'd like to pull. Then people will get that in their email. We still have to have the clerk read it into the record. Okay, Councilor Flynn, if you could just tell us where to look, I will come back to you to give you the opportunity to speak to it, but just tell us where to look.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Page 3 in the green sheet, 0744.
So docket 0744, page 3 of 22, if you have the physical green sheets.
Yes.
Is that the only one? Do you also want to pull docket 1116 and speak to that? That's the Brown Fund grants?
Yes, Madam President, that's correct. 1116, also page 3 in the green sheet.
Okay, and I will give you the opportunity to speak in a moment. So if everyone can direct their attention to their inbox, get those matters. I'm going to come now to our clerk to let her get those before us, and then I'll come to you, Councilor Flynn, to speak to them. Okay?
Thank you,
Would
Madam
you like me
President.
to poll the committee, Madam
Yes,
President?
why don't you do that? We'll make sure we
Great.
cross all the Ts and dot all the Is.
Wonderful. In the Committee on City and Neighborhood Services, Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor, where's the Vice Chair? Oh, Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. And Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Madam President, both matters have been unanimously supported by the members of the City and Neighborhood Service Committee and therefore are properly before the body.
Thank you so much. You should also have these matters in your inbox. At this time, I'm going to call upon the chair of that committee, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, on 0744, it's the confirmation of the reappointment of Michael Woodall as Chair of the Boston Water and Sewer Commission for a term ending January 1st, 2024. I apologize, Madam President, for having to ask for a vote by pulling this docket off the green sheet. Boston Water and Sewer Commission Board of Commissions has 3 members, and the board's primary responsibility is to ensure the sound, economical, and efficient maintenance of the water and sewer systems for the citizens of Boston. Board members are appointed to serve 4-year staggered terms and must maintain residency with the city. At least one board member must have extensive experience in finance and accounting. Board members are not compensated for their services, but are reimbursed for expenses necessarily incurred in the performance of their duties. Mr. Woodall was appointed chair of the board by Mayor Walsh on February 24, 2015, and reappointed by the mayor on April 8, 2016. He is looking to be reappointed again. He is the Chief of Operations at Putnam Investments and President of Putnam Fiduciary Trust Company. He is a recognized financial service industry leader with over 35 years of experience building, engineering, running businesses and operations. So I believe Mr. Woodall has the experience in the finance and accounting area and fits the role of the commissioner well. He has been on the board again since 2015, so he knows how the board is governed. I hope that we can vote on this appointment today so that we can make sure that there are enough board members on the Board of Commissioners for the water and sewer. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask us to vote on this docket before we go on to 1116. Did you get this docket?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much. And what I would like to do, Madam President, is we poll the committee to bring it before, but I'd like to read it into the record just for everyone. On page 3 of 22, City of Neighborhood Services, docket number 0744, sponsored by the mayor. Message in order for the confirmation and reappointment of Michael Woodall as the chair of the Boston Water and Sewer Commission for a term ending January 1st, 2024. This was referred to committee on June 3rd, 2020.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll? We're going to vote on this docket. Councilor Flynn seeks passage of this docket, docket 0744.
Thank you. Docket 0744, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0744 has passed unanimously.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, could you please read docket 1116 into the record? And then I'm going to come back to Counselor Flynn, who can speak to the Brown Fund
Wonderful.
grants.
Great, thank you. In the committee, on page 3 of 22, in the Committee on City and Neighborhood Services, docket number 1116, sponsored by the mayor, message and order approving an appropriation of $775,866 from the Edward Ingersoll Brown Fund for projects described in the attached order. The Edward Ingersoll Brown Fund Commissioners met on October 9, 2020, and voted to approve these projects. It is my belief and that of the Commission that these projects will ornament the city streets, ways, squares, and parks as Mr. Brown directed in his will in the year 1892.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Counselor Flynn. Counselor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for providing excellent background information. Getting right to it, Madam President, there are 10 projects that were approved by the Brown Fund Commissioners, and I'm asking the City Council to approve them. I will mention what the awardees are, potential awardees are. $100,000 to the Boston Foundation for design services of a sculpture celebrating Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King to be located in the Boston Common between Tremont Street and the Parkman Bandstand. $34,000 for Fundoarc, Fundoarcu, for artist selection and design of space monument to celebrate and memorialize Duarte in the Dominican community, to be located in the vicinity of Mozart Park at Center and Mozart Street in Jamaica Plain. $41,000 for the Rock Street Path Forward Neighborhood Association to complete design, prepare plans, specifications with licensed design professionals suitable for bidding, and to develop an updated cost estimate for Civil Rights Memorial at Gertrude House Park, bounded by Moreland, Fairland, and Winthrop Streets in Roxbury. $70,000, $338 for Artists for Humanity to construct a unique artist-inspired awning to welcome the public to the Artists for Humanity gallery space on West First Street, opposite A Street Park in South Boston. $300,000 for Colin Joy Project for the design and reconstruction of the green space area surrounding the Boston Housing Authority property located on L and E 6th Street in South Boston. Funding will support the multi-generational plaza. $26,000, $528 to the Friends of Doherty Park to restore historic horse and surrounding masonry on the Bunker Hill Street side of Doherty Park in Charlestown. $50,000 to the Friends of the Public Garden for lighting of the Patrick Collins statue on Commonwealth Avenue Mall between Clarendon and Dartmouth Streets in the Back Bay. $54,000 to the Navy Yard Garden Association for ornaments, lighting in the Charlestown Navy Shipyard Park, located between Terry Ring and 8th Street in Charlestown. $50,000 to the Holocaust Memorial Committee for additional support in upgrades and landscape improvements to the Holocaust Memorial between Congress and Union Streets in downtown. As you can see, these projects have covered a variety of uses and are in different neighborhoods. In particular, I'd like to highlight the 100,000 funding for the long-awaited MLK statue at the Boston Common, which will be a new landmark for our city. Again, I want to apologize for not being able to hold a hearing beforehand, but I think that these are critical funding for some very important projects in our city, including memorials, public space, lighting, and other improvements. I hope that we can pass this docket today so that these projects can receive the funding that they need prior to the end of the year. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the roll on this docket.
Certainly.
Docket 1116, Councilor Flynn seeks passage. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Docket number
Madam President.
Oh, excuse me, Madam Clerk. Councilor Arroyo, did you want to speak to this matter?
Yes, just really briefly.
Yes, please, go ahead. You have the floor.
And perhaps to you, to the maker, I think one of the questions I would have had and would have appreciated from a hearing, and I'm likely to vote yes on this, but one of the things that I'm really concerned about as we look at everything in the city is equity. And one of the things that I don't know is where and how these projects have been distributed, that this money is going to throughout our neighborhoods in our city. And I don't know if Councilor Flynn has that information. If he does, I would love to hear it. Otherwise, I'm happy to proceed to a vote.
Councilor Flynn, so the question on the floor is around equity and how these funds are distributed throughout the city equitably, so that as the projects they're supporting are equitably across neighborhoods, as well as in terms of who we commemorate. I would assume you also mean that, Councilor Arroyo. Can you speak to that now, or?
I can speak briefly, Madam President. I know it's a competition, and not a competition, but there's a group of people that review the proposals and they decide what is projects that really would benefit the city, but they are taking a look at making sure that every neighborhood in the city is included historically in this funding. And it's something that as chair of the City of Neighborhood Services, that it's important to me, but going forward, I'll make sure that we have a more robust discussion about these funds. One of the reasons I wanted just to get these out at the last minute is we're running up towards the new year, but going forward, we will have a robust discussion, and I will have hearings on this, but I do take what Councilor Arroyo is saying very seriously, Madam President.
I appreciate that. It's a very important question. I know it's one that we continue to ask and need answers on. I see other colleagues, before we take this vote, Councilor Flynn, if just a little patience here, other colleagues I think may want to chime in. So I'm going to call upon them and then we will go for the vote. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor O'Malley and Ms. Margot.
Thank you. Just briefly, as the longest serving member, I'm the council's designee on the Brown Fund board. So I participated in this meeting on October 9th. To answer the previous question, these are projects that are throughout the city. There are some that we couldn't fund at the levels that we want, but it certainly the equity lens is one that plays a large role in this. Many of these projects have been in the pipeline for quite some time. To answer your question more largely, work with the Art Commission, other city agencies to make sure that we can identify them, as well as obviously the PIC. But it's a pretty thorough process. And again, as the longest serving member, I'm the member on this, and it's been a great experience. So thank you, Madam President. Thank
you for chiming in, and thank you, little Miss Margot. At this time, Councilor Baker, did you want to chime in on this as well? Or did you
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank Matt for chiming in there, being on the board and giving us some perspective there. And also, I just have a procedural question. This one vote is for the whole bundle of all of the applications. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Councilor Baker. The chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say to Councilor Arroyo's point, because I think it is an important one, that my first exposure to the Brown Fund was actually while I was still working at the BHA. And it was because the Brown Fund has over time funded a lot of public art projects and memorials and all kinds of things at our housing developments. So I would just say from my experience, the projects are very wide ranging, and it's kind of an interesting fund. It was set up way back in 1892. It's administered, as Councilor O'Malley said, by a sort of board of different city agencies, and he's on it on our behalf. And then they actually send somebody every year to check up on all of the projects they've ever funded. So including the like art that they funded a century ago, they send somebody to check how it's doing. And I would just say from working on a citywide portfolio of housing developments across the city, that I think it's been very widely distributed historically.
Thank you so much for that, Councillor Bach. And again, I want to echo the importance of that question. As president, I get to sit on some of these boards now with the funds, and it's the exact question that I ask, not just about equity in terms of distribution, but I take it a step further, because once those funds are distributed, something's going to be built. So I also want then to know that those workers, that we are also following, the BRJP, and that the workers that we're hiring are diverse, Boston residents, women, et cetera. So very good point, something for us to all pay close attention to as we move into the next legislative cycle. At this time, I'm going to call upon our clerk to call the roll, please. We are on docket 1116. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Docket 1116, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1116 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to call upon Councilor Edwards, who would also like to pull items from the green sheets. As before, we need to take just a little pause to get them in your inbox. Madam Clerk will have to read them into the record. I will come back to Councilor Edwards so that she can speak to the dockets. Councilor Edwards, if you could tell us which dockets and where to look, we'll go from there.
Sure. I believe it's docket 1116 on page 9 of 22.
I believe it's 1115. We just did 1116 with Councilor Flynn. So
My apologies.
page 9 of 22?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. So I will poll the committee, Madam President.
Yes, please do.
So on the Committee on Government Operations, Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, the Committee on Government Operations unanimously supports docket number 1115 coming to the floor.
Okay, and folks should also have this in their inbox. So I want to direct people to your inbox. Before you go on, Councilor Edwards, could you just, Madam Clerk, read the docket?
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how you're keeping all this straight, but in the Committee on Government Operations, on page 9, bless you, on page 9 of 22, docket number 1115, sponsored by the mayor, message and order for your approval of an ordinance reauthorizing a long day, condominium conversion protection in the city of Boston, sponsored, filed in the committee on December 2nd, 2020. I'm just checking to make sure you're all awake.
Mhm.
Thank you so much.
Good thing the Cardinals golf.
Thank you so much. At this time, the
Point
chair,
well taken. Oh,
the chair recognizes Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards, I believe this is condo conversion.
This is the condominium conversion ordinance that we have passed, and we recently were in the process of amending. And we're very excited that we have all basically come to almost finalizing the language. And the administration offered an extension of the current ordinance, and we agreed on a date to be January 31st, 2021. However, I'm offering an amendment because the current version that we have just pulled has the date of March 31st, 2021. So I am asking first to offer the amendment to change the date, and second, that we pass the administration's extension.
Could you repeat the dates again, just so that we have it?
Yes, Madam President. Currently, the date in the pulled ordinance is March 31st, 2021. I'm asking to change that with January 31st, 2021.
Madam President, I would second that amendment.
and
Thank
I
you.
could read it into.
Please read it into the record. We'll see if
Thank
there's
you.
discussion, then we'll vote on the amendment. Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Great. This is an amendment sponsored by Councillor Lydia Edwards on docket number 1115. Docket number 1115 shall be amended by striking the words March 31st, 2021 and replacing it with January 31st, 2021, filed in the council on December 16th. Would you like me to take a vote on the amendment first, or do you want to talk about it first?
Yep. Well, let me see if there's discussion. Seeing and hearing no discussion on the amendment, we'll take a vote on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On amendment to docket number 1115, Councillor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councillor Arroyo, yes. Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Councillor Baker, yes. Councillor Bach.
Yes.
Councillor Bach, yes. Councillor Braden.
Yes.
Councillor Braden, yes. Councillor Campbell.
Yes.
Councillor Campbell, yes. Councillor Edwards.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes. Councillor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councillor Asabi George, yes. Councillor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councillor Flaherty, yes. Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn, yes. Councillor Janey.
Yes.
Councillor Janey, yes. Councillor Mejia.
Yes.
Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley, yes. And Councillor Wu.
Yes.
Councillor Wu, yes. Madam President, the amendment on docket number 1115 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much. I just want to come back to Councillor Edwards. Was there anything else you'd like to speak to? Councillor Edwards, please. You're on mute now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, weird. I'm so sorry. The amendment, and I apologize for that. Again, it's just an extension date change. So I'd only ask that we pass in the amended form.
Okay. Any discussion on the amended form? Hearing and seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. On docket number 1115 as amended, Councillor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councillor Arroyo, yes. Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Councillor Baker, yes. Councillor Bach.
Yes.
Councillor Bach, yes. Councillor Braden.
Yes.
Councillor Braden, yes. Councillor Campbell.
Yes.
Councillor Campbell, yes. Councillor Edwards.
Yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes. Councillor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councillor Asabi George, yes. Councillor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councillor Flaherty, yes. Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn, yes. Councillor Janey.
Yes.
Councillor Janey, yes. Councillor Mejia.
Yes.
Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley, yes. And Councillor Wu.
Yes.
Councillor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1115 as amended has been passed unanimously.
Thank you so much. Counselor Edwards, do you have another docket to pull from the green sheets?
Yes, Madam President, docket 0960 from the Housing Committee on page 11 of 22.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to direct my colleagues to the green sheets, to the inbox. I'm going to ask our clerk to pull we're not going to pull the committee again. If you could just read the
Oh,
document.
this is a new committee, though. This
Oh,
is
yes.
housing.
Housing.GovOps. Thank you. So please, same chair, different.
Thank you.
Please poll the committee on housing.
Thank you.
And then read the docket, and then I'm going to turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Madam President. On the Committee on Housing and Community Development, page 11 of 22, this is to poll the committee. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. And Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Madam President, docket number 0960 has been unanimously supported to come to the floor for further action.
And before I call upon the chair to speak to the docket, could you please just read the docket?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. On page 11 of 22, in the Committee on Housing and Community Development, docket number 0960, sponsored by the mayor, message and order authorizing the city of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $313,078 in the form of a grant for the FY20 Fair Housing Assistance Program awarded by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development to be administered by the Department of Fair Housing and Equity. The grant will fund proposing and processing and training costs related to housing discrimination complaints received by the Boston Fair Housing and Equity Commission. This matter was referred to committee on September 16, 2020.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
My colleagues, this is a very simple grant that would support housing discrimination enforcement, and I wanted to make sure.
Sorry, you want me?
I was going so well for so long. My apologies. It's a simple grant to help our Housing Discrimination Office for Housing and Equity enforce our laws and to make sure that we're more equitable. So I would hope that we could just support them getting the funding as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. Seeing and hearing no discussion, Councilor Edwards seeks passage of docket 0960. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. And I'm having some technical difficulty. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Docket number 0960, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
You're on mute.
Councilor Sabi George.
Yes. Yes. Sorry about that.
Councilor Sabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0960 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much. Moving right along to the consent agenda. At this time, the chair moves for adoption of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. For the consent agenda, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, the consent agenda has been unanimously passed.
Wonderful. Now we'll move on to announcements. Before calling on to my colleagues, I just want to offer some thank yous out there. Certainly thank you to all of my colleagues for this amazing work, not just what we've done today, what we've been doing all year round. So I really wanted to take just a moment to say how grateful I am to work with all of you. But I also wanted to extend a public thank you to our clerk. Thank you so much for all that you do, Madam Clerk. Really grateful to you. I want to thank central staff. I know this last week and a half in particular has been just brutal in terms of the number of hearings and the length of our hearings. So many thanks. And I really just want to name people by name. Julady Valdez, Christine O'Donnell, Michelle Goldberg, Kerry Jordan, Shane Pack, Lorraine Chistino, Ashley Vassell, Candace Morales, Ron Cobb, Juan Lopez, Cor Montrod, the entire central staff. Thank you so much for your work. Certainly my own team. I'm going to start with my chief of staff, Samuel, Kiera, Michaela, Dev, Genevieve. Really grateful to each and every one of you. Thank you to Fernando, who's on here, our stenographer, everyone. Certainly want to remind folks that our virtual holiday party is this evening, encouraging everyone. I see some of our colleagues are feeling festive. I see Councilor Asabi George wearing a green dress. I have my bow. I think Councilor Bach has her holly. I hope to see everyone in our virtual holiday party. Certainly our central staff team has worked incredibly hard to make sure that we could still have a celebration, even if it's virtual. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone's ugly sweater. So if you've got your ugly sweater, we're going to have a contest. Also want to alert all of my colleagues that you have a gift from me at your office. So if you're not in the building, it's right outside your door. Central staff, all of your gifts are out in the lobby. Madam Clerk, I believe yours is on the 6th floor somewhere. Want to wish everyone, we're still in our season of Hanukkah, certainly as we close out Hanukkah. Want to, for everyone who celebrates Christmas, want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and certainly a Happy Kwanzaa. Show of physical blue hands for anyone who has any festive announcements or any other kind of announcements to make. The chair recognizes Councilor Asabi George. Councilor Asabi George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I do want to just share, as many of you know, I held a hearing earlier this year, just not that long ago, actually, to talk about resources that we have for Boston Public Schools library and library staff. While we work to create a library in every school, I'm holding right now a book drive for our BPS libraries between now and December 24th. I've collected wish lists from library staff across the district. So if you have any books to donate or you'd like to buy some, we have a wish list that's been pulled together. You can visit that wish list at bit.ly/City Kids Read to sign up. The list of books will be there, but we'll also take any books that you need. I want to thank in advance Council President Janey for signing up to collect books, as well as Councilor O'Malley, who has already sent his along, and Councilors Flynn and Flaherty for volunteering. More of you can sign up and join this challenge, and I look forward to checking out everybody's books. On a sad note, I want to just mention we'll be closing today's meeting in memory of Mr. Bruce Seals, who was a very long time coach and mentor at the Boys and Girls Club of Dorchester, had a profound impact on me, my sisters, and in particular, my brother. I spent a lot of time not just coaching him in athletics and in basketball in particular, but in life. And for so many kids in the Dorchester neighborhood and beyond, Bruce Seals touched countless lives. I don't think we could actually measure how many lives he touched. He was a very, very tall man. I think probably over 7 feet. I don't know. He was massive, but he was also, he had a massive, massive presence. And I am grateful to have known him. I'm grateful to have had him in my life, and I'm grateful to have had him in my brother and my sister's lives. He will truly be missed, but his impact will be felt for generations, for the people that are now older that he influenced, and their children and generations to come. So I just wanted to make note of that. Many of us are very sad, including Councillor Baker and his family as well today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Any other announcements? The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty.
I just want to be recognized in the passing of Joe Fahey, past president of the Mass AFL-CIO, who died peacefully in his home on December the 16th. So tremendous labor leader, served in a number of different positions across the board. He was elected president and business agent of Local 387 and Utility Workers, originally known as the Boston Edison, graduated from trade school, and then served as president of the Mass AFL-CIO. So true champion, particularly led the effort, the promotion of women into labor leadership positions. And he was recognized as such over the years. And so special place, I think, to all those in the labor movement, particularly as a former Teamster. So just hearts and thoughts go out, prayers go out to Joe's entire family for work well done while here in the labor movement.
Thank you so much, Councilor Flaherty. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I just want to highlight an event on Saturday that I will be attending in representing the City Council, but it's wreaths across America. It's providing wreaths at the gravestones at the Mass National Cemetery in Bourne. There's a lot of Boston people that are buried there, but they've dedicated their life for our city and our country, in service to our country. So on behalf of the Boston City Council, the City of Boston, and I'll be attending as a representative from the Disabled American Veterans, placing wreaths at the cemetery on Saturday. So I just wanted to let the council know that I'll be there in their name, but also in the name of the residents of Boston as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Any other announcements from colleagues as we wrap up? Great, great, great. I'm reminded by Councilor Sabi George, I too am having a drive. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my Mittens Mass Drive. There are several businesses throughout District 7 who have adopted a box. Certainly would invite colleagues if they want to adopt a box. Certainly my at-large colleagues who want to adopt a box. The Mittens Mass Drive just recognizes that our youngest members in our city hopefully soon will be back in school buildings. It is wintertime. We know our young folks lose their hats and mittens all the time anyway, and now they've got something else to keep up with, which is their masks. We want to make sure that they are prepared when they are able to go back out into schools. So anyone wanting to support the Mittens Mass Drive, please reach out to my office directly or visit one of the amazing businesses or nonprofits in District 7, and I can get you that list. Thank you so much. Seeing no other announcements, again, want to remind folks about our virtual holiday party this evening. And now we will move on to close out our meeting. Today, we will adjourn our meeting in memory of the following individuals: from Councilor Campbell, Mary Marshall, John Mills, and Orlando Chambers. From Councilor Edwards, Nancy Caruso. From Councilors Baker and Asabi George, Bruce Seals, and Mary Flaherty. From Councilor O'Malley, Edward Coppinger. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. The chair moves. When the council adjourns today, it does so in memory of the aforementioned individuals. The chair now moves for adjournment. And there's a special Latin word for all my BLS graduates here. Sine die. I only took 1 year Latin.
Good job.
which officially ends our legislative cycle for the year. All in favor of adjournment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
This council meeting and our legislative cycle is adjourned. I look forward to working with all of you in the new year.
Amen.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. See you this evening.
Feliz Navidad. Un besote a todos. Ciao, ciao.
Maureen, it was cold today too.